Hi, hi. Shut up, Odysseus, please. Hello, hi, welcome. I was jamming out to the song for a second. I love this song. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. Okay. And oh my god! I almost said pussum. I can't. I shouldn't be allowed to say words. Oh my god, how are you? How are you? It's been so long. Okay, wait. Our level order today is Goomber. Hello, Goomber. Hello, Duck. Hi, Fire. Hello, Haunted. Hello. I say hello. And hello, Possum. Let me get everything else up. I get to see all me. I'm gonna see all my friends. All my friends. Open sesame, please. As Odysseus is being dramatic. I guess he's not the one singing, so he's not the one being dramatic. But, you know, he still is the dramatic one, so I'll still blame him. Let me do that. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do this. Okay, hello. Number go up. Put-zoom. I don't know what compelled me. I was just like, add a little pizzazz to the possum. For no reason. Hello. How have you been? Hopefully you've been well. I need to fix everything. I have been sick, but I went to the doctor yesterday and got prescribed more medicine. And then the medicine was all out of stock. So, like, you have tea? Tell. Do tell. Either message me or say it here. I don't care. That's up to you. But I love it. I have my tea. Oh my god, you have a date? Are you excited? What are you guys doing? Like, what are you doing? I'm scared. Don't be scared. I mean, honestly, it's fine. It's okay to be scared. But, like, nah, fuck it up. The massive cup? Yes, this is my old teacup. This is how much tea I usually drink, except then I switched to coffee, so I stopped using this cup. It's my favorite cup. Boba and something to eat? Okay, okay, that's very good. I like that. I need my glasses. That's like good. I mean, I think that's good. I think I keep on saying good. I need to stop saying that. But I like that. That's a cute little date. Simple. You get to know them. That's exciting. Been great. Good. I'm so glad, Buzzo. I've been good, other than getting sick. For the most part, honestly, I've been really good. I'm looking forward to some auditions that are coming up, so I have to actually do them. Broke my machine at work? No. No, not the machine. Hello, Kai. Putting glasses on today. Boo. Ah. I want. Okay, no, wait, hold on. I was just reaching for my colored pens to fill in my journal so I can actually do that this week. How be you? I went to the doctor yesterday. Whatnot. Yeah, that's okay. Got medicine out of stock. That's okay. I got a shot because I was due for my tetanus shot, which is perfectly fine. And I had an incident recently where I almost stepped, or I guess got stabbed by a rusty nail. So I was like, no, we're gonna get this. We're gonna update my tetanus shot. My arm hurts now, though. My arm hurts now. Why would you be shaving your head? That's crazy. Really don't step. Okay, I blame the cats. It was in the catio. They knocked down an old molding and it had nails. Luckily there was no point to it. It was just flat. But like that shit hurt to step on. It didn't break the skin or anything, but yeah. Long hair, so I was tripping. Your dream said, let's just throw him a curveball. Gotta work out your arm. That's what it fucking feels like. Dude, that fucking hurts. Like, I don't mind shots and I don't mind needles. Perfectly fine. Don't really care about it. Holy shit, it hurt afterwards. Oh my god. It like fucking hurts. Usually it doesn't hurt this bad. Like the flu shot hurts and then it's fine. COVID shots, those ones also kind of hurt, but because the liquid was heavier, so it just felt weird. This one just straight fucking hurts. Oh my god, I didn't like it. I don't like it. See, get my color pens. I think the COVID shot was I need to fix this fucker. This fucker's feels. This is why I need to put my glasses on. This I didn't autofocus my webcam, so everything's gonna be out of focus. Hold on, it's at focus 60. No, no, I'm trying to get to 5. Why, I don't know. I just like having it on 5. Alright, I got it on 5. I was gonna give up. Never give up. Never go. Had me suffering. That's fair. I do see you on Alice Amanda's Returns, Kai. Hopefully you're having a good time because I love that shit. You guys pick a color for me. Pick a color, any color. Second COVID shot. I think I got I'm pretty sure I got the second one, and then after that I haven't gotten it. Which now it's dwindled down so much that it's okay. Like it's okay. It's tame. It's now just a worse flu. You say purple? Violet? Okay, so we go with purple. I'll do my 2 purples. No, actually I'll do this purple. Oh, I'll just pull them all out. Because I had COVID. Fair. But also that means that fucking sucks. It's purple week then. I didn't do anything last week, which does kind of suck. But I've already had some weeks, in this where, because I hated this. I hated this one. I liked the thought process I had with this, but I hated it. And then I got sick, and so it became nothing. But like, hold on. This week, fucks. Don't know why I did the sideways though. The overall spread for the month, fucks. My roses, mwah, love them. I think I'll draw them on this week. I love drawing those fuckers. I'll need some green. I don't really like this green, but I like it. I just don't like it for the leaves. Hello, Joel. I need to respond to your message, but because I had talked to Nikki about it, so my brain was like, I had that conversation. I didn't. Not with you. I almost said about Otto. No, Otto's coming up. Yaosobi is the one that's also coming up now. Because I don't think I'm... I need to double check the dates again, but I think I'm gone that weekend. I think I'm literally out of the state. I think I'm literally in fucking Chicago. So I'm like, fuck. The week that they're here is when I'm gone? Out of all the time that I'm here? I'm also trying to, like, save up some of my, like, sick hours for later in the year, for specifically that weekend, and for December for my friend's 30th. So that I can call out of work. Because I know the rat. I know the rat well. It's gonna make me fucking work. He's not gonna give me the days off. I fucking know he's gonna do that to me. How fucking rude. I actually, okay, I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I was gonna outline this because that's what I did for the other one, but I really like how that looks. Hey guys, I think I'm an artist. I think I'm an artist. Like, look at that. That's very nice. That's very pretty. That's very pretty. Like, that's very pretty. That's very pretty. Huh. I wasn't even looking. Sound a lot better today. Yeah, I am getting a lot better. I still have minimal cough. That if I get my lungs overworked, I start coughing more. But for the most part, better. Throat does not really hurt. A little congested still, but not as bad. So like, we like it. Getting better. But yeah, Chicago trip, Joel. I will be in Chicago. So I'm like, fuck. Nice. Kinda nice. I like that. No. It's quite nice. I do like that purple for it. I think I'm gonna do it on the other page. I had a darker purple I could use, but I don't think I'm gonna use this one. I think we're gonna keep these 2 purples. I just need something on this page because I don't like having nothing. So we're just gonna flip this and we're gonna do the same thing. And you can see my shitty schedule because I haven't really been... I don't think I like this one as much. I think it'll be fine. I haven't really been outlining too much. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's okay. If I mimic it, if I completely like mimic it, like you see. Okay, now you can see color there. What else is in Chicago? My friends. If I do this. Oh shit, I can't. Oh shit, fuck. There we go. Do the opposite there. Yeah, I like that. Simple, clean. There's a song. Anyways, how is everybody doing today? Junior, you're so right. Junior is out there. God, my arm fucking hurts. Shit, fuck. Actually, give me these. I needed these still. Actually, we'll do it in this one. I need to do the dailies and weeklies because it's the only thing keeping me going. Exactly, Kai. Exactly, Kai. I forgot how to hold. This is not the pen I thought I grabbed. No, it is. Oh, wow. It looks really similar to that. What did I want to do? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I see what I did. Okay. I accidentally made Thursday too big. Thursday became 2 squares. What's been keeping me going is Tomodachi Life. Had in the office, it was... No, you're telling me Quiet was in the office the whole day? Wait, so is Quiet not home? Quiet not returned from the war? The war of which is the office? There we go. I had to line up the lines. Thursday is just unironically large. Didn't mean for that to happen. But it's too late. I couldn't see for a second. Okay. So about agony. Also, this is what I mean by Thursday's really big. We're gonna ignore that though. Shoulder still sore. Oh, that's sucky for the shoulder. Not good. But okay. Just got home half an hour ago. Okay. Okay, but so you'll have quiet. You'll have a quiet soon. You have a little quiet. I love saying a little quiet because that's not a little human. That is a very large human. It's a very tall human. I will do rolls in a second. But okay, we gotta do rolls. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna write the basics. What do I normally do? Oh, I need to look, I spelled that so wrong. I have been putting edit on my things for things to do per week so that I can keep up with it, but I haven't done any editing this week, so that's a little quiet. That human is very tall. Yeah, that's what I love. I love like the smallest person. Everything's actually just a lie. Quiet's actually just really small. Our perception of Quiet is just like fucked. It's just skewed. You can hold Quiet in the palm of your hand. I did not read that day. We did stretch and we did skate. I did not look at audition. I did not do that. I did not. What did I do? Was yesterday Tuesday? Yeah, I skated. Did that. We did this today, and we have not done anything else. Okay. I need to do weeklies, but I don't know what to do for the weeklies quite yet. So, oh, I wanted to color it in with the pen. I like coloring it in with the pen, so it looks like little blocks. So we're gonna do that. Even though I just put X marks on it, that's fine. We'll remedy the situation. I'm gonna keep these two out so that I can work on that later. Yeah, pocket fighter class. Kai carries a pocket quiet. Oh. Get back in there. That's so funny to me. That's so funny. Just a pocket quiet. My arm hurts so badly. Okay. It was a day. It be that way, Fire. It be that way. It's okay. We are here to distract you now. Okay, let's see. Let's do some rolls. So I did take my vitamins. I did. So thank you, Haunted. I think just on that tie, I have your roll. You got a 10, 7, and a nat 20, and I think the nat 20 is coming in swift and clean with a quiet returning for the war. Your wife is returning for the war. I have a little quiet sat on my shoulders. I feed her I feed her cheese. Cheese. What type of cheese does the quiet... Is it... Would Quiet be a little mouse? I wouldn't want to call Quiet a rat because that's what I call my boss when I'm mad at him. She's quite a little, the sharpest cheddar. Only the sharpest cheddar for the finest little mouse. Okay, what do I do next? Fire. Got an 18, 4, and a 12. So you are hanging in, you are doing good, and you have us today, so we shall distract you. A little black cat with a white sock. Now my bigger question, Kai. My bigger question. What type of socks? Like the little booty socks that only cover the little paws? Do we got the long socks on? Medium socks? Because I love those cats. I love the cats with the little long socks, but then they also have like on the front just the little socks for just the paw. I love little kitties and their fur patterns. Next up is Doc. Let me do yours. Nat 20, and a nat 1. Oh, how funny. 2 nat 20s and a nat 1. Good luck. Everything's gonna go right, but absolutely wrong. Sharp cheddar? Which one of you two, Connor or Sarah, got the sharp cheddar joke in their notebook? In their notebook? Me. A swift reply, because I would have been like, huh? Because it was not me. You have dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. My little feet are dangling off of my chair. When did spewed away? There was a page that a little doodle a joke. I forgot what was in mine. But I don't want to grab it because it's on the other side of the desk. And it has stuff on it. As does everything on my fucking desk. Dude, oh my god. I need to file those. I finished a book. The weird flex joke? Huh? At least you remember. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to go in there and like search. I'm like, what was it? What was the joke? What was the joke? Where's the joke? What was I gonna say? I don't have a necklace on. I don't have a necklace on. I don't have a necklace on. I don't have a bracelet on. Fuck. If we just like unplug my headphones and walk away. Either on. Me, I'm not gonna get up for the notebook. Also me, oh shit, I don't have a necklace on. That means I don't have my safety necklaces. Fuck, bro. Tetanus shot hurts like hell. Okay, so we do have choices of games today. Okay. I was like, let me put those on. Because I can stick to my plan. Extremely talented artist. I'm not. Twice. There were stick figures. Hey, you know, that's okay. That you still can draw, because you know what? You can draw those stick figures, and that's still pretty good. Fuck. I was trying to put this on and I just fucking ripped it down. I only have 5 stream streak? What day did it? Huh? 5 days stream. I'm trying to. I don't even remember. Huh. What fucking day did you miss? Well, 5. Okay, hold on. We're gonna play detective right now. We're gonna play detective right now, turn up. I was like, wait, I have my stream archives. So today would be your 5th day streak. 5. Or midweek, that's where it broke, but you still watched that one. April 6th is what I figure. Just as long as I've known. Yeah, I don't. That was a Monday stream. Watch me go back through all these and like you're active in the chat. So I played Deadlock that entire day. I did play Deadlock that entire day. Oh, I was a shrimp that day. Oh, I was a shrimp that day. Dude, Deadlock stream last time. I'm very happy because we reached 10 viewers for that. And Deadlock is a type of game that is hard for me to, Did you dox yourself? No, that wasn't. That was the one right before that, but you are correct. I didn't delete it. It's just there. It's just not published. Ba 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 ba. What was I gonna say? Oh, but I'm very happy. We had that last match that we had in Deadlock was fucking goated as hell. I had to lock the fuck in though. But that's the most we've had for like viewers for Deadlock. So I'm like, okay. For a game that has a lot of people playing and I don't find it interesting scrolling through like Deadlock streamers because it's all like the same screen and it's kind of scary. I'm like, that's not bad. That's not bad. I like that. Okay. Guess as long as you know, I don't care what Twitch is. Yeah, I mean, you're here all the time, turn up. It don't matter. The only times when you're not really here, I wonder if it was one of the days that you were, because you've been focused on work, because you've had stuff going on at work. I wonder if it was one of those days where it's like, you know, you didn't stay long enough or chat the requirements that it makes you do, not the requirements by me. Possibly. Because I know you've been focused at work a couple of the like past streams recently, because just, you know, shit actually be happening instead of nothing be happening. I need to put up my desk so I can fold my leg over my other leg. That sounds weird, but I need my arm to actually fold my leg. I don't have the leg strength. I don't have the capability. Oh my god, dude, my brother is like moving out and everything, except he was staying at his house yesterday. Perfectly fine. He's closer to his work and whatnot, and he was fixing up a couple of things before he like officially moves in. Hello, why not? We couldn't open a jar.
I have 99 problems, an undisclosed amount of crime, and ice cream could solve a handful of them.
What type of ice cream, though? What type of ice cream, Reynard? What type of ice cream would solve it all? What would be the savior? But yeah, my brother's moving out, and he is our jar opener. So that's gonna be great. I watched the Scream movies a lot. Yes. I haven't seen the newest one, mainly because of not wanting to go support them. But then also it wasn't good, I've heard, so I'm like, I'll wait till it's online. Licorice, okay. Best ice cream, okay. Straight to hell, damn, okay. I mean, Reynard do be committing crimes, so okay, you know, it's fine. Sorry, my brain started locking on licorice because I'm like, why is it little rice? Why is it rice? Rice. That's what my brain locked in. Anyways, triple chocolate brownie. Very good, very good. Okay. You, Reynard, I need the song to stop. What do you mean you hate it? But you're the one who said it. You even just straight kicked Ghostface in the balls. I fear that I do have memory of it, but here's the thing, Doc. I also don't know if my memory of the scary movies is intertwining because I feel like I have seen that, but I fear that it was from Scary Movie. Moon Moon Ice Cream. Yes, you have talked about that one a lot, so that is your top tier. I'm trying to remember. Because I feel like I've fucking seen it. I know he's tripped a lot, and I really love that. I love that he trips because he's just some guy. Just some silly little guy running around. Mochi, you okay? You okay? Okay. Um, I mean, I can type into YouTube that exact sentence and see if it happens. Or Google. You know, Google. Radio Tower. Is that a horror game? We should play that one. Where's my Steam? I have a fudge tracks ice cream that my brain didn't like the other day, and it tasted funny in my brain. But then my mom was like, "This is fucking delicious." I was like, "Well, you can have it then." Um, but I love it. Okay, you know what's really good is it works with a lot of different ice creams, but vanilla ice cream, just like plain like good old vanilla, and then it is a olive oil that we have from Italy that is more of an orange base, so it's very like citrusy. That over ice cream, fucking delicious. No one has kicked Ghostface in the balls. Hold on now. Sorry, I need it. Okay, I'm like, I hate this stupid little AI. I'm sorry, somebody had a fucking Ghostface getting his ass kicked for minutes straight. Oh my god, is that in the newest movie? You guys don't hear this, right? Yeah, you know. I think that first clip was in the newest movie. You know, in the first movie, he did almost get hit in the balls with the bottle. Hello, quiet. How are you? I'm sitting up pretty straight. I will say, radio tower. Okay, it's an internet one. Hi, how are you? We were talking about you. We were discussing, um, we were discussing you. A lot better. I do, thank you. I did go to doctors yesterday. My arm hurt because I got tetanus shot in arm. But I also got medicine. Have I taken it? No. It was out of stock, so I have to wait for it to come back into stock. Also got told that I was supposed to be taking another medicine. It just never went through to the pharmacy, and we don't know why. So that's great. Yes, quiet all things that we have ever perceived you as a lie. You were actually the smallest little human ever, and you fit in the palm of our hand and or the shoulder of Kai. Yes. You were actually the tiniest person ever. So you're not actually freaking ginormous, you're actually tiny. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Correct, correct, correct. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I really need to cough. Hold on. Oh my god. Welcome in, first time chatter. How are you? I want this one. Do I want this one? I want outlaw. Small human. Yeah, I really like that, whatever it identifies. I do just like calling people humans though. Just a me little small human we have here. Um we do have choices of games today though. And that is something that we were going to discuss, and by that going to discuss we got distracted. What is your occupation? I am an entertainment costumer, and that is what I do. I'm trying to get more into performance, but you know, it's a hard life out here. You gotta work both. I enjoy Flesh Talker. Ah, yes. Very close to the Flesh Pedestrians. Oh my god, my favorite, actually, should see. I want to see how much her tea cost. We see, what do you ask? Do you have any questions? What do you think? Did you think that was my job? Sorry, I just bombarded you with questions. Hello, Junior. How are you? Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do. Hold on, let me do Junior's roll. Junior, you got a. Fuck, you were so close. You got a 6, 6, and a 3. So you're a little low today, maybe a little exhausted. The week is halfway through, but like you're still doing good. Let me do this. Let me save that. Let me do this. Let me go there. Okay. Now we do quiets. 16, 2, and a 17. So you're doing good. Mentally, you're doing good. 2 is a little exhausted because you're just returning from the war. You know, from the office work. The week is torture. That's fair. That's fair. I do have hobbies though. I do sew a lot and I do draw. Right now I've been just working on editing and then working on getting back into acting, which I don't really consider hobby. I feel like that's more of a job or like pursuing. But I did cosplay a lot. Used to. Not so much now. I really got a cough again. God damn it. But I used to cosplay a lot. I love roller skating. That is like my biggest like everyday hobby, which I need to spend a lot of money on getting new skates, and that's gonna pain me because for some reason rollerblades are so expensive. Where is my favorite girl? Where is she? What the hell? My favorite tea time after midnight. She got her collaboration with a tea company that she had already collabed with. Oh, here it is. But they made her own tea. Do you like playing chess? I have never. Okay, I've played chess before, but I've never properly played chess. And I'm very intrigued by it. But I don't think I'm good at it. I think the last time I played chess was this is gonna sound weird, but in Outlast Trials. Because they have it in there. But I think that's the last like time I've ever like played chess. I used to have chess at my grandparents' house. I don't really play too much. I mean, it's nuclear physics. Being a goober. So true, Junior. So true. What are you looking at for roller skates? I can pull up where I was looking for skates. Hold on. Where is a cat chess game come? Ooh. Can someone say yes? Please do quiet. I like that. Stink office work. Both of y'all stuck with your office little work. Let's see. Did I save any of the roller skates? I need to find the website. And then once I find the website, then I can share. I think I need to do it. Because I have my Moxie skates still that are really good. And those one, I know I've heard iffy things about Moxie herself, but the skates themselves are really good and they're very durable. So I do actually really like them. No, I don't like that side. Yeah. Is this the website? I don't know if this is the website. This is one of them. Tomorrow is take your kid to work day, but I don't have a kid who wants to be my kid. I'll be your kid. I look like a child sometimes. Thank you for the follow and welcoming. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, side to the upper east. Side to the lower east side. Cat go. Is it this the website? I feel like this is the website. That's the T website. I can say I almost thought about I'm afraid of playing. Are you gonna cry if you play it? because I probably would too. Roller skates, looking for inlines. I am looking for 4 wheels because I almost thought about going to 3 wheels, but I don't want to adjust the different height of that wheel, so I'm going to stick with 4 wheels for now. Um, but I'm just looking for a new skate because the Impala skates are kind of shit. And my wheels are dying, and I've had to exchange those wheels so many times that it cost me like uh they only come in one set, but when you buy a new wheel, you have to, or like new wheels to put on, you have to buy a new bearing set because the bearings kind of go bad. At least for me, I literally break my bearings so much that they literally are. My last wheel on my right side, that very back wheel is fucking dying. It's locking up because I've broken the bearings so many times and we're just like keeping it alive. And I'm kind of really sick and tired of it because it costs like $80 to replace the wheels and then another 40 or 50 for the bearings. So I just kind of want to buy new wheels, new skates, like whole. Because I don't really like the shape of these ones too. That's gonna be waiting for parental instincts from me, and we'll go a male version of baby fever. Understandable, completely. Me with Grace because I'm like my child, except that's me at Grace, not me being like, oh yeah, Grace, like instincts for. I'm like, no, that's me at Grace because Grace is a little baby and she needs help. I miss Heelys. I miss Heelys so much. I'm trying to find the website. I think it was this one because there are some by the by the Flying Eagle that are really nice. See, they're not too bad. I might buy these actually. There's this pink pair. There's only 2 left. Size 4.5. Ugh, I don't know if I can actually get these. But Flying Eagle has some that I really did like. I just need to go through them again, but they have a lot that are on sale. There's a purple pair that are really nice. Do you like watching? Why, yes, I do. I have a letterbox that I don't use it too much for my actual reviews because my reviews are usually funny comments and or just one-line sentences. But I use it so at least I can keep track of like what I watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 movies is not a lot in 1 month, but I did watch them all really back to back to back. But I do have my little letterbox so I can make sure what movies I watch and everything. So I love movies big time. I love talking about them and the production wise of them. Get roller skates at some point. Quiet if you ever do. I can give you tips and tricks and recommendations and everything. A squirt gun and the character plays with her and he acts like a monster for her to shoot. That's a fucking adorable. I love that. Yes. Yes, guide, I literally can help you out. They also have some kid ones. Flying Eagle seems to be very nice. There's one that is a pretty pastel pink and purple, and I do like that, but I'm like, The only problem with me is sometimes a lot of the American skates, at least like the big American brands here, everything's like black. And I'm like, okay, I don't mind that, but like I want some color, which is why I like the Impalas because they're so colorful. But the infrastructure and the actual build of it is kind of shit, and I don't like it. This is the inline skate shop that I use though. I use Inline Warehouse. Let's see, shop all, because then you can divide it into like how you want to skate for like speed. Like the bigger wheels and the boot size is going to be different for like speed skating compared to urban and recreational. Also, depending on where you're skating, quiet. Little tip for you, tip and trick. The wheels depend on where you want to skate. I get ones that I could use indoor and outdoor because I go both, but mainly outdoor, but there are different types of wheels. They're just different texture. And or you can get ones that have pretty little lights on them so when you roll they light up. Very fun. I do recommend if you've never skated before, keep the brake on the back. Keep the brake on your back. Don't fuck yourself up like that. I don't use the brake on the back, so I never put it there, but keep the brake on the back. Oh my god, don't end yourself. See, I always try to shop by, I guess, recreation. Power Slide is really good. Power Slide is the other one that I really like looking at. They had some really nice ones. But yeah, this site that I use has a lot of sales. Ooh, I do like these ones. But I don't like it. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what ones I want. The last time I was shopping, there was one that I really liked, but it was like $300. Um, you may think that's a lot. It is. But you know what? I really like skating. I really like skating. So I will spend the money on it so that I can have a good pair of skates. Rollerblade, put away, what has, if I just clip shop all, I don't want to shop by brand. Show me all of the skates, please. Also, sometimes you can just buy like the carcass, the shell of it. I have no dollars. What does that get me? I can give you a piece of bread. $300, you say? Yay. I don't know how much they are now, and I don't remember exactly which one I was looking at too. I'm pretty sure it was by Eagle, Flying Eagle. But I'm trying to figure out how I fucking get wheel bearings, other parts. Their website is a little confusing to me sometimes because I'm like, just show me all the skates, please. Just show me the skates. Well, lucky. Sweet. I'm just trying to get them to show me all the skates. I'm still trying to get that. Get back to... Yes! Well, the weather would be perfect for it. Yes. The weather, it's coming up to the weather for good skating, and I fucking love it. Winning? You get a hug? Fuck yeah. I said, hi, Coco. How are you? New skates. I don't really care about new skates. Just show me all of them. Heelys. Ooh, what are the aggressive ones? Oh, the aggressive ones are like the low impact, low wheels. What are urban? Urban is probably the one I have to go for. All terrain would probably work as well. I don't like how those sit. Roller skating shopping is genuinely... You telling me I could skate in the woods? Okay, there was one skate here that says all terrain, and I'm like, okay, yeah, all terrain. Like, skate outdoors and skate indoors. And when it means outdoors, it means outdoors. This man's hiking with his skates. And it's only 2 wheels, and that's like a fucking car wheel. Oh my god. That is so fucking funny. Okay, freeform. Let's do freeform and let's do flying eagle. Okay, they only have certain ones for that. Shop all flying eagle, please. Skates. But a lot of them are on sale. Same for a new earbuds. Okay. I'm using right now. The left one is broken and the right one is falling apart physically. Damn. Just fucking dying. What type of earbuds are you looking for? Because I do really like my gamer buds. I do really like these. I need to use them again. The only reason I haven't used them in a while is because when I got sick, my ears started hurting. So I haven't been able to use them. Because even these upset my ears, but not so much now. They're better now. Then we get outdoor ones. I do get them. Fuck yeah. Honestly, I recommend outdoor ones. Those are the ones that I like. Okay, if I was looking at... It must have been this pink one that I wanted. Because that's the only one base price is $2.99. It's on sale right now, so it's not. I do like these purple ones though. I don't really like how those look. I'm so particular with my skates though. But because like I said, I like colorful things. I miss my groovy skates. I do like these purple ones. I'm just gonna leave these up so I can look at them afterwards because my skates are literally dying. I've been saying I needed to buy ones for a while now, but like they are literally on their deathbed. I feel the bearing locking up, so I'm like, any day now. Really, really expensive ones? Okay, okay. They're the same model. Okay, fair, fair, fair. All right. Don't get rid of what you like, you know? Might as well stick with it. That's fair, that's fair. Because that is a chunk of money for that. Oh, I can do these purple ones. Hi, Mochi. You know, I said we were going to pick out the game, and we have not. I just have small... What is the skate size? What does that mean? What does 4.5 mean? Like, this is small. Excuse you, you moved the microphone closer to me. Anyways, okay. Okay, so I would need a size. 5 or 6, so I can't do this one. 6 or 7? No, Mochi, I just moved it back. Please. Oh, why is everybody buying skates? Anyways, I wanted to look at the tea as well. Where is tea after midnight? Oh, she's sitting down. Thank you. Thank you, Mochi. Thank you. Okay. Shop now. This is the apothecary. I actually didn't pay attention to the TikTok. I wonder if it's out yet. Creature of the woods. Oh, devil down in Jersey, the Jersey Devil. I think I closed the TikTok. I think I did close it. I did for sure close it after, like, I am literally searching through my TikTok and I'm like, I think I closed it. Yes, you did. When is this coming out? Hello. Please tell me. I don't know when it comes out. If you couldn't tell by my gibberish talking, I did not figure out when it comes out. She's pacing, must be contemplating. Yeah, she's contemplating my murder. No, she's just contemplating where to sit. Out of tea. Oh my god, my brother took my Keurig, which is perfectly fine. I just use it to heat water and sometimes cook coffee. Make coffee. But that does mean now I don't have a way to heat up water besides the microwave. So I've had to pull out my kettle, but my kettle makes me so sad because I don't have an electric kettle. I need to buy one. But it makes me sad because it's just like a basic kettle. It's just like nothing fancy. I'm like, oh, okay. It's just a plain black kettle. Nothing special about it. I'm like, okay. Whoa there. Buy a fancy. No, you won't, Junior. You have no money. Remember your money spending problems? Apothecary is such a good name. Yes. What is this place called? This place, Hanson Hollow's Apothecary. And they make a lot of cryptic-esque, like, spooky themed blends. I'm trying to find the one I want. Tea after midnight, people have been taking. Yeah! Tea after midnight, and I really want this blend. It is a green tea. Hold on, let me find the better picture of it. Oh, that's such a cute picture. It's a horrifying picture, I want you to know. It's green tea, lemon balm. I think it's... Can I get a better list of this because I can't read it sideways? Hibiscus, dried strawberries. Oh, it smells rose hips, rose petals, orange peel, and licorice root. That may disgust some of you, but that's fine for tea. And I'm like, that sounds delightful. It sounds delightful, and the little picture is like little aliens in the front. With a Firewatch tower. It's really bright. Yeah. Oh. What's use there? Okay. Come back, Mochi, come back. My mom's leaving, but she peeked through my window to say goodbye. That's why Mochi ran to the window like, oh. Use my kettle, non-electric, to make ramen? Good! Honestly, always fun to do that. Mochi is cutie she is. Get back over here. Hey, get back over here. Turn your butt around. Come back over here. Come back over here. Hey, come back over here. Yeah, me too. Anyways, what do we... feel like playing today. I thought she was gonna knock over stuff. I only put water in my kettle because it's it's a pain to clean. No, that's real. That's real. I mean, you heat up the water and then you pour it over the ramen. But like, no, imagine making ramen in the kettle. I won't lie, my friend has made mac and cheese, you know, the Kraft mac and cheese in an electric kettle in a hotel room. We were dumb, okay? I wasn't the one who suggested it, okay? Um, it wasn't me who made tea in the kettle. I mean, you know, okay, appropriate thing to make in the kettle. That one is acceptable. Kraft mac and cheese in a kettle in a hotel room. She's just like smacking the microphone. Okay, so we have choices of games. What did I say this week? Okay, I think tomorrow we're gonna play Resident Evil Requiem tomorrow. I'm gonna try to learn how to mod because I want to mod. But we're gonna restart our Insanity run. I am starting to feel better, so I think we should go back to bringing the cat and bear adventures back. I think I might space them out a little bit more, but that's okay. But we can play Deadlock. We can play Deadlock. Yeah, we can play Deadlock. Have you guys ever thought about Deadlock? Have you thought about Deadlock? Anyways, makes a lot more sense. Brain didn't brain. No, it's okay. It's okay. But that would be really funny. That's why I mentioned my friend making Kraft mac and cheese in a kettle, because imagine making the ramen in the kettle, but then as you pour it out, you just have the noodles like slowly spilling out. What's Deadlock? You don't say. Deadlock has this little furry little creature that is a little smaller guy who likes to sleep, and his name's Rem. And we put bricks in his pillow and throw it at people. It's quite delicious. Actually, it's so funny, Junior, is because you actually, unless you've played it yourself, you have never actually seen us play Deadlock here, because by the time we play it, really, you're usually gone for work. God forbid your work keeps you away from Deadlock content. Anyways, we can play Deadlock. The other options today were more cozy games, which is, hold on, Slay the Princess. We can have our Magnus Archives. That burp tasted nasty. That tasted like one of my vitamins and not one of the good vitamins. That shit tastes. Is Rem smash or pass? Rem is a hard pass, and if anybody ever says smash, I'm putting them on a list. He's a wee little baby trying to get home, and I love him. But thank you for asking. 10 out of 10 burp? Thank you. It just tasted nasty. It was my immune defense vitamin, except it's not in gummy form. It's in like a capsule form. And it tastes very nasty. No cap, no lie. We do have Slay the Princess, but we also do have Easy Delivery Company, which is a small, cozy, but spooky game. That's the best way to describe it. Never seen him? I'm not weird, I swear. No, you know what? That's what you're asking. You're saying is Rem. You're not saying either one. So, you know? Cozy, spooky. Yeah, it's a very cute little game. Well, we have that. Won't lie, Slay the Princess is also cute and cozy. Time for work. And everyone, we behave. We will behave. Have fun at work, y'all. Take care. Slay the Princess is also cozy, but because it's like visual novel cozy. We do have our Jonathan Sims from the Magnus Archives in it. So those two are the cozy horror options. We could bypass everything and play Deadlock or Overwatch. Those are my two jingles right now because I'm trying to get better at them. Deadlock, I'm kind of good already. Overwatch, I'm kind of shit already. But you know, Slay the Princess, Slay the Princess. We do have also Slay the Spire too. I've never played that on stream, but I do really like it, and I would like to play it a little bit better, a little bit more. But I talked about it before on stream. I do like playing that with friends. What's cozy spooky game called again? We have Slay the Princess, and then we have Easy delivery company. Easy Delivery Co. Sorry, Mochi. We could play a little bit of both as well. We also could bypass everything as well and play Stardew Valley or like farm of some sort. Can you well, you're smacking the microphone. Don't growl at me. Okay, she's grumbling. The fuck. I'm feeling good right now, right now, right now. I want you guys to know that Gar is on Slay the Spire right now. I wonder if I could convince Gar to play anything with us. Delivery one sounds quite interesting. It is quite interesting. Like I said, we could probably play a little bit of both. I am feeling a lot better today and a little bit more boosted in the morale. Hold on. Going up. I need to throw my leg over my other leg. I want you to know when I say that, I literally have my one leg crunched up like that, and I have the other leg like joint over. It's on. I'm bending my joints in a way I probably shouldn't, but it is fine. How long has it been? Okay. I say we do some easy delivery company. We see how that... Well, why'd you run off? Good. Right now, right now, right now. We could play Dishwasher Simulator again. That shit was actually, no lie, really fun. And I got really into it. But it is like an endless cycle one. But I would like to get to the end of that. I need to put that forward. I think that's all I got. I'm like, what else do I have downloaded? We do have Alan Wake 2 downloaded. By that, I have that downloaded at all times. At all times do I have Alan Wake 2 downloaded. Just like my Resident Evil games. Okay, that's good. Make to go. That beat that make you go. Outlast Trials. Good. Right now, right now, right now. Okay. Decisions made. We are playing Easy Company, Easy Delivery Company. We're renaming the stream. Except I'm fighting with my keyboard as. Fighting with my keyboard. Easy. As I'm typing. Because we know how my keyboard is. You know? There you go. Okay, we do that. We change that. Revoking your hearing privileges. Shall we? When it's time for it, realizing new prospect will come your way. Ooh, okay. Keep your eyes peeled. Grab a controller and kick back. I'm sorry, I'm playing on my mouse and keyboard. Like a fucking fool. Like a fucking fool. To work, hell no. Agony. I mean, corporate America, real as hell. Please have a good day at your work. That was very scary. Sorry. The game is booting up and it was actually kind of scary. Nothing can describe what I just witnessed without how fast that all like went by. Okay, you guys can hear it, okay? She's a 32-year-old baby? Oh. I was like, what? What do you mean? Me? I'm not that old. Sorry, I have a belt on, and it's really bugging me. So I'm gonna make myself look small today. Bye-bye, Junior. Take care. Hi, B. Well, we decided on the game. I don't know if my OBS has decided to capture it. We're waiting for it. You guys can hear it, but yeah. We are gonna play some Easy Delivery Company. And then if we decide something else, we might play a little bit of Slay the Princess, or maybe we play a little bit of Deadlock, or a little bit of Overwatch. I don't know. You catch any of the FanFest stuff? What do you mean by catch? I sent you some. Slide up, princess. Dirty. Do it for done everything. I sent you stuff. I haven't looked at. I saw some of your replies. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Everyone got hit. Sorry. I'm glad you restored. Early for some people. Why, yes and no, B. They do such a thing that Disney also does. It's cast preview night. It's not open early, it's cast preview night. Soon you will learn this. Soon you will learn cast preview night. Because a lot of my friends were talking about it. I did send you a little clippets of the show, and we need to see that show. I will show you where my friend is in the show. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I am very I ain't got no fucking outfit. I ain't got no fucking outfit. Also, this game still has not like picked up. We're just gonna that. We're gonna set it to that. And this. Let me like click around in the game. You guys can like hear it. Please game capture. I turn you off and I turn you on. We go to properties and then we hit that, and we hit OK. And then we kick back to it. Yeah? So what? Yes. B. What? Do you have an outfit? I don't think you do. You have an idea though. You have an idea. Okay. I'm still trying to get this game to appear. What if I had quit? I was gonna quit the game. And I hit open. Please? Game capture work? Looks like Wally. Wally! I love Wally. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, now it picks up the game. This is what I witnessed that scared me. Shush. Don't shush me. Don't shame me in my own house. And then now let me shame you. I don't know what to do, B. I don't know what to do. I feel like I should just be Ace. I'm panicking. I am panicking so hard. I think I need to go out shopping for those ugly fucking shorts. I'm feeling good right now, right now. Okay, now we can start the game. Just waiting for the longest time. Perona is I almost said like I was revving up a freaking engine. Is Ken doing anything? Order. Oh. Got it. Oh, my little hands. Escape. Okay, jobs. Okay. Oh. I need a cat. Okay, we'll do this one. Start job. Pick up from Easy Eats. Okay. What am I? She's thinking of something small. Monsters? Because she doesn't want to be lame. What the fuck you? Fucking... I don't know where this coughing is coming from. Hint, find the light up storefront. Okay. Wait. Okay. Mail? Camera text? Change your driver view. Pressing left stick? C. Okay. Oh, to start working is going to oh, my ears, Gar! Hi, Gar. Hi, Goober. How are you? How's the game going? We just started, so hopefully good. I don't know what that said, actually. You are now an elite employee. Goals? Okay. Side goals. Side goals? Complete one. Okay, so I can see my little paws. Okay, wait. Do we have like a map? Do I have like a map? In the map, in the map, in the map. Okay. Do I have like a map? Do I have like a map? Also, I need to catch up. But also, what the, what the fuck do you mean? She doesn't want to be lame. She could never be lame. Goomber, you got a 6, 17, and a 9. You got a 69. You're doing amazing. I'll miss you, B. Guy, how are you? That's flowers. It's easy eats. It's easy eats. Easy eats. That's not how I back up. There we go. I want to back up in a certain way. We're just gonna block the entire place. Alive and awake, car and I ventured to enemy's territories. Yes, so I've heard. How was your travels? Jeepers, you look like you've been spitting an image of Seb. And a spitting image, I say. But no one listens to an old Dewey. Don't that'll work out. Oh. Hi. He's so cute. Where the fuck am I going? Look for the icon. Deliver pat to Upton? What the fuck is Upton? It is Upton. Tired from spinning last couple of days. Not bad. Okay, okay. I don't want to go back anytime soon. So car might be going. No, that's real as hell. That's fair. Okay, we have packages. I don't know where Uptown. Okay. So if I hit that one. Mochi, I'm driving to... Mochi. Hey guys. I'm not built for delivery, okay? I don't know where I'm going. I'm driving in snow. I shouldn't be.
Hi, pretty people. How are you?
Hi.
I hope you're doing well. I miss y'all on the days I don't see y'all. I'm genuinely happy for once, so I'm amazing.
Why did they need me to deliver? Okay. Could they not have walked to get that? Hey, yay! Okay, jobs. Okay. Yeah, sure. Easy Flowers. Oh, that's right in front of me. Easy Flowers is right in front of me. Happy ones? I'm so glad, Haunted. So there's also Sicky. I'm getting over sick. I got sick 2 weeks ago. Oh, there we go. I wasn't close enough. Hey there, new guy. I don't know what that noise is. Like your map is missing some data. I can fix that for you. I need something in return. Buy me an energy drink from the vending machine. Go there and we'll call even. Okay, where's the vending machine? Hey, where's the vending machine? Hey, Okay, bye. Evil code. Literally. What do we cost something awful for the freaking kids at work, bro? I'm having to get medicine to help me get better. Seb? No, me new guy. Who is Seb though? Ada. It's Ada Wong. Oh, okay. Thanks. Like, hold on. Beach lights. Down arrow, arrow. So he wants. Nothing's happening. What did that tell me? Accidents happen. He's gonna. As long as we deliver it, we're good. Oh, vending machine. I didn't break it. Mochi. Energy drink? How much money am I got? Oh my god. It really is freaking cold out here. I'm gonna get sick just like in real life. I have one. Deal's a deal. Here you go. Yeah. Why do you sound like he typed it in? Should I keep the energy in? You'll have to maintain your energy to take on heavier deliveries. MK, by the way. I used to do maintenance for a company. You should meet me at my cabin in the snowy peak for a cup of coffee. Not too far from here, just north of Upton. Upton! Oh, you need to figure out how to clear the roadblock. Think a ladder will do the trick? Okay. We have new goals. Have fun lurking, quiet. Okay. Map. The result, we will not be providing any navigational aid. We will not be providing any navigational aid. Okay. Fuck you, easy. Easy delivery. This is cute, yes. I watched this a while back, but 25. 25. Okay. So we're here and we're going over there. I feel like we should finish some things here. Oh, gasolina. My ears are slightly blocked, I won't lie. The guy like singing in my ears, like fucking on my ear. Let's just do this one. We literally just have to go right here. We're just gonna do this one. Get this done. Greetings. Nice to see you again. Yeah. It's been a while. I just did a delivery. Thank you. I literally was just here. Hi, car. Oh, wow. I missed you, car. Open. Okay, close that. Okay, so now we have some more money. And now we search. How is the gamers? I'm doing well, doing much better than I was before. So doing much better. We're playing a little cozy game today. And then we might change it up. Oh, but the big one's gone now. Let's do this one. Pick up from bar. I thought it was gonna tell me more. It didn't. It's just pick up from bar. So I gotta go that way, and then 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 go that way. Okay. There's only one way out. There's only one way out. Where are we going? Weston. Weston. What if I just jump off the freaking like off-roading? Let's change the radio. Do we like that? There we go. That's some nice vibes. I do need to get some gas. Don't worry about it, okay? We have extra padding inside the cabin, so there's no need to worry. I do really need gas. Is that the only fuel station? I should stop there first. Go Florida, now I'm back. How did you enjoy your travels? Hello, Mochi. I'll let you out in a second. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. It's fine. Everything's fine. I really want to go off-roading. It was not a great idea. If I just cut through here, I need to get to Easton. Do we think this is a good idea? I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Driving sucks. I remember you saying that. I remember you saying that. Well, at least you're back here where driving sucks, but like... Oh my god. So we're not gonna take that ramp. Dramatic. I'm not. No. But true. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So where are we? We're probably where we need to be to Easton, but I need to get gas. So just like in real life, I gotta make a little detour. I think we're on that and we just cut that. So I need to go over here first to get some gas. Excuse me, a little off-roading, if you don't mind. Just not too much off-roading to actually go off the road. Fuck. Just gonna slowly back it up. Okay. Here we go. Can I buy enter? Can I buy enter? Hmm? Welcome to East Fuel. It's Gus, you guys. You went to Epcot? Got to see the countries this time? Hell yeah. Did you do drinking around the countries? That always scares me that people do that. Drink of the night was, ooh, okay, laughter lemonade. Okay, okay. That sounds really good. I only sell fuel. Good thing? That's all I need. Now go away. Okay. Thanks, I guess. Can I leave? Okay. Wait, how do I... Well, he said I have... Wait, is that my energy that was low and not my fuel? Hey. What is that? Oh. How do I... Excuse you. Didn't fully drink around the world because I would not survive. I had a little drinky when it sounded good. Fair, fair, fair. Fair, fair, fair. What was the worst one? Mistake energy for fuel. Just drink gasoline. So true. Well, at least we're full on, on gas. I'm pressing all the wrong buttons because I don't know what to press. I have no money. I have no money. And I'm cold. I gotta fucking work in this economy. I thought I didn't. I don't know how to look into my pockets. Okay, well, I spent my money on gasoline when I didn't really need it. I probably did need it, but like not as bad as I thought I needed it. Can't I just like take an EB? Can't I take a Can't I take a little EB? Sorry. Just keeping you guys on your toes, okay? I'm a little tired, okay? You know? I'm a little EB. I was absolutely fueling it. It's in lower body temperatures, so be careful in the cold. Okay, so I'm just gonna freaking die. Okay, yeah, my tailgate is open. What about it? Holy shit, bro, I'm fucking slow. Okay, so where the fuck are we going? From bar. Okay, we need to find bar. We need to find bar. If we just get right in their fucking face. You're new? Fives? Did you meet my twin Sixa? So ask if you want to make some money, just run away. Okay. Oh, say hi to my twin. Okay, yeah, I was just trying to pick this up actually. I'm really tired, so get in. So where am I going? Mochi, not you. Where am I delivering it? Deliver? Oh, I see. Okay, back where I just came from. Maybe then we'll have money and I'll get an energy drink. Or coffee. We just have a lot of bottles in our freaking pocket. The last one told me when I was close. Oh, holy shit. We got some air there. Holy shit. It's okay, you know, the packages are fine. That's all that matters. Okay, so when I get closer is when I get to the right town. Get in. Hell yeah. We're freaking rich. Oh my god, I'm so slow. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I'm really cold. No, wait, my tailgate is open. It's gonna tell me I'm doing it wrong. Okay. We are in Easton, so we could just pick that up. Ooh, a $25 one? Ooh, let's do the... I have to go fucking back up. Okay, let's do the Easton one. We're here. Pick up from Easy Mart. Is that where we are? This is fuel. Oh. Right here. Look, I'm faster now, though. Oh, hello, I was in his face. Hey, mate. Welcome, I'm Theo. Things been so far? Fine. Looks like you're doing great. The more time you spend with the locals, I'm sure you're like... Okay, thank you. Anyways, I'm taking your butt. I'm freaking strong. Okay, I'm gonna leave those packages really quick, though. Do you have any, like, sort of, like, coffee powder, duct tape, birdseed, duct tape, birdseed, firewood, energy drink. Tea bags. We can make tea. What is everybody's favorite thing here? I'm going the wrong way. Do people prefer tea or coffee here? I've talked about it a That's okay, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Where am I delivering this? Where am I delivering this? Delivery is up? What the hell did it fucking tell me? Delivery is up? Okay, so delivery is... Okay, we're going up the hill. Energy drink? Okay, okay, okay. We delivering now? Well, yes, we are, Kev. We have a new job. Forget costuming, forget entertainment. We are now delivery. We are now delivery cat. That was probably the worst time ever to do that. Look, we are in pure delivery mode. I was like, where's my cut across? I forgot my cut across last time was going off the hill. Stop sign who? Not here. Yeah, I went down the hill right there. This is actually quite scary in this point of view. But it's really funny, my little hands. Just a little guy. Holy shit. Holy shit. Anyways, this little guy gets some speed. There's released a new flavor called Serial Killer. What does it taste like? Cereal? Or blood? Okay, I do like the vibe of this one better. Mud. Oh my god, we really can drive fast. Oh, the sound of the wood is really cool. Oh, I changed back to the other one. Oh no, okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. I just overreacted, you know? I just overreacted a little bit. Kind of like Fruit Loops? Okay, okay, so it tastes like cereal. I do like Fruit Loops quite a lot. That sounds quite delicious. Not gonna lie, I really like this point of view. It's very, like, soothing. Holy shit! The package is fine, okay? The package lived. I need more energy. Ow. I don't need a reset. I don't need a reset. I don't need a reset. Okay, where am I going? Oh my god, right by a vending machine. Give me my... Okay, so what do we got? We got a little uptown one, we got a little uptown one, we got a little uptown one, we got a little... Let's do uptown to Weston. Yeah, we could do that. We just go back down the hill a little bit. Okay, start job. Oh, hey, so this one's gonna fucking suck. Okay. I don't think you should drink it. You seem to have adverse effects to too much caffeine. Nah. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really... See, he's gonna want to talk to us anymore. I want to talk to him again. Okay. Oh. Nope. Get in. There we go. That is fair, but also I really like caffeine. I just don't really drink energy drinks. Greetings. Where we task anything more of life than time and warmth? Okay. Yeah, we always need more of both. Okay, good. It's a small little plant. Okay, okay, this plant can live. I don't think I should be driving this fast with this plant. Okay, yeah, we're taking it right to the... basically the bar. Weston and Easton. Upton. Is this horror? Seems horror coded. It is slight horror. Oh fuck. Okay, it is slightly horror. Hi Shaylin, how are you? I don't know when and I don't know how. Because I forget. But it technically is. But I have great driving skills. Holy shit, I actually drifted it. What was there? Oh, I can drive over here. I don't know what this is. No, we'll turn it on. Okay, so we only have really one channel or the news. I do like this channel though. I'm tired y'all. That's how I am. You know that's real as hell. That is real as hell. Oh, I didn't want to turn it off. Hold on, we're gonna take a little. Let's provide channels. Scan. Oh, I wonder if I can no problem. Okay, okay, okay. Or later than campus, but it's an hour. Wipe me the fuck out. This is a, yes, it is, Coco. It is a delivery game. Oh, I see which closing you have. That hour difference makes such a big difference, though. It really fucking does. That's why I hate closing headrooms, because, like, man, I don't, just having that. I love campus. I love campus so much. Closing campus, even when it's 11:30 sometimes. Like, you know, that's so much fucking better than the 12:30 or 1:30. That shit's fucking awful. This one was pretty good though. Greatest since the 2000. Oh, that's nice. Can we go this way? We're singing and dancing around. That's good. At least it was good vibes. But like, longest fucking hour. Where's my delivery? I think I went this way. I think I'm gonna back it up and go some off-roading. Off-roading with a pot at the back of my fucking car. I shouldn't have done that. My favorite part is that everybody is responsible for their own strike. Yeah. I felt bad not helping out when I was in layer last time, but I was also like, I don't... Well, what do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to help you? Because I like helping. But like, sometimes people don't, and sometimes people do, and sometimes people are like, no, it's okay, I just want to take my time. It was so weird having the bugs. It was so weird, but the bugs were so nice. I loved them. And then I got all the juicy tea about Universal, and it's so funny. Get the back of the fucking car. Oops, sorry. Running over the packages. I hate headrooms. I hate headrooms. Because I hate dealing with people who don't do their strike. When it's that group strike, people really try to get out of it. We're in Weston right now. Oh, Upton to Easton. I have to go all the way back up, but it is 21. Or we could do this. Let's do that one. From Easy Depot? Where is Easy Depot? I need a sneeze. Okay, turning around. Turning around. Dudes, I can't believe this past weekend when I was working, I've had 2 managers try to save me from a verbal. I'm like, wow, this is new. I just went in a circle. I just went in a whole circle. I just went in a whole circle. Out? Save you? How? I was coming up for attendance because I had called out when I was sick and I just hadn't put in the free sick day. But they were like, you need to put that in, like the last day you can do it is Saturday. They came to visit me on Friday and she told me then, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll go put that in. And then I was also like, how the fuck am I already at a verbal for this? This is the first time I've ever called out this year, but because I had call outs from last year and I'm like, this fucking blows. I hate this shit. But that happened, and then the next day, since it just didn't update in the system, I had another manager call me or ask for me to call them to talk to me to make sure I put it in, and I was like, oh yeah, it's just like, it just hasn't gone through yet. They're just like, I just make sure that it's in and everything so that you don't get it. I was like, wow, you guys are actually trying to save me? Where the frick is this thing? Am I picking up from here? Easy Depot, somewhere around here. Somewhere over here. That's bar. Oh. Easy Depot. Oh, I'm EP. I need an energy drink. I thought he said I'm farting. Portino? Not that it matters. Can you keep a secret? Don't even care. I'm hopelessly in love with Ellie at the bakery. They don't even know I exist. Oh no. Hey dude, could I actually like get some like, what you got? Oh god. Hold on, dude, I gotta put this outside. Yeah, it was the first time that's ever happened. Close. And I'm like, okay, thank you, you guys, thank you. Okay, energy drink, tea bags. What if I steal this from you? Sigh? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh no, 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 no. How do I shift? Drink that shit. Is this a trash can? I would like to purchase this. Uh-huh. Okay, you're hopelessly in love with Ellie from the bake. That'll cost 29? Yes. I worked up my life savings for this. Okay. So I can now leave, but we gotta do this delivery. Is there like a trash can somewhere? Oh, there's a trash can right here. do have an energy drink. Get to the fucking car. Okay. So where are we going now? All the way back up, and then I can come back down into different stuff. Can I help you? Okay, goodbye. Oh, let me let her out. She probably wants out. We did want out. Why does my other arm hurt? Is my other arm hurting for sympathy for my other arm? My fucking car. Okay, so we gotta go back up. Sharp turd! Sharp turd! Too sharp! Ow. Oh my god, my view with the rear view mirror is just a box. We're going up, down. Up, dog. What's up, dog? Oh god, okay. Okay, so we have a new radio station. Okay, okay. I like this song. The other one is calm, like jazz. I feel like we're fucking Speed Racer. Cause like, sorry, my brain just said Speed Racer and then immediately started talking about the game. Like, holy shit, I spun out. Whoopsie. Like, who is Seb in this game? They all say I look like him, but I'm just a new guy. This, you know, this one does actually remind me of, the calm one reminds me of, we're almost there. Balatro. Zeb is your parent? Maybe. Oh! I think I lost the package. Ow. I fucking spun out. I hit my head on the fucking floor. It's okay. The package is fine. That's all that matters. Back to driving. Speeding like crazy on the icy road. I only have one. I only got one speed. Holy shit. I hit the same fucking stop sign. Every time. Where are we taking this? Give me that. Bop. Nope, nope, nope. Close that. Now get in. Okay. So... oh, that's the local intercity. Oh, intercity. Okay, well, I want the map. Weston to Easton. I kind of want to do one more here and go to Easton and go to that radio tower. Because I think that's the blockade and I need to go that way to Snowy Peak. This was to Fishtown. But there's that radio tower. And I kind of want to see that. Oh, I have to pick up from down there. What's up top? Hold on. What's up top? Is that where he wanted me to go? The type of tiny truck I want? That's fair. Oh, this is Snowy Peak. This is where he wanted me to go. Okay. Let's burn, baby, burn. burn, baby, burn. This is not how you properly get rid of, a blockade. Must be really warm, though. Yes, these the little tiny ones are so cute. Can I just, like, go through it? No, not yet. Okay, it still has a physical hitbox. What if I make you guys watch me play Overwatch, but it's just Jetpack Cat? Oh. We do a day that is just cat related. Who was it? Oh, good heavens. I couldn't see. I forget who it was that rated into our stream. And they have a cat related day. And I'm like, that's fucking amazing. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens. Oh, you know, this is very snowy. Oh my god. Ad watch? Real as hell. Oh my god. Okay, get me through this. Ah. Is this our little friend's house? Oh, oh god. I like fell over. Hello, guy. I'm like in his face. Welcome. It's been a while since someone else was over. Sorry about the mess. Here, as promised. What? Coffee is a much better energy source than energy drinks. It takes some effort to prepare, but it will last you a lot longer. Besides, anything good in life takes a little effort. I'm in this little guy's face. Me and my good friend Seb. They liked coffee too. Me though, I'm more of a tea dog. I'm rambling. I'll brew you your own coffee. You'll need a cooking pot. Going for a sale as a teapot? Okay. Can I? Okay. Are for you to use mine anytime? Ooh, okay. I'm in his face. Why don't you brew it yourself? Okay. Anyways, a word of warning: Snowy Peak, treacherous, uneven terrain. You'll need snowy tires. You can purchase some at the Easy Auto down the road. Good luck out there. Okay. Let's make coffee. And then we're gonna put... Oh, he sings so loud. Coffee brew. Okay, put the coffee away. What was over here? It had like a little pointer. Can I take your shovel? Can I take this? Okay, bye. Can I talk to you again? Okay, he's just gonna tell me the same thing. Okay, bye. Nope. Get in. There we go. So where is the teapot? Winton! That's our friend! We should just make Jetpack Cat Day. Oh, good heavens. This is actually really scary. Wait, what are my fucking controls? Hold on. There we go, headlights. Is that, what is that? Is that the store? That's a pawn shop. Easy Auto, there we go. You damn near crashed into the guy's building. Yeah, because I just floored it. How much do these cost? 3? I saw you just the other day. Wait, you're not Seb? Forgetting things? Okay, cool, I can afford it. Because I kind of just... Okay. Yay. All said yay, thank you! What is my little friend doing here? Right on, you got yourself snowy tires. No problem driving a Snowy Peak now. I'll be heading to Fishing Town soon though. There's something I could really use your help with. Good luck out there. Oh, okay. What's in the pawn shop? I should drive to it. I forget how cold it is out here. Okay, we're gonna back it up. Back it up to the pawn shop. Just say $30 for some tires? Yes. What do you got? Blind bags. Blind bags. He has fucking blind bags. Do I know you? CC? It's really in those deliveries I ought to check. Exactly what they'd want me to do. Do you mind? I do mind, but okay. Okay, let's see what we can pick. Mountain Town. Mountain Town. Mountain Town. Mountain Town. Mountain Town. There is one singular road all the way up. Lopton. That must be the scary one. We must be over here, I think. Because we went across a scary little road. Oh, an Easy Mart? Like, the Easy Mart right in front of me? Like, the place right in front of- like, right in front of me? Smoke so much more than you do? You're not really a talker? So remind me, I have something to tell you? I've forgotten already? Sorry, who are you again? Oh, wait, okay, I don't need to talk to you again. Okay. Okay, so not you, Easy Mart. I don't know which Easy Mart I'm at. This is Easy Auto. I'm stupid. Okay, excuse me, little guy. Little guy, I don't know where I'm at. I think I'm at the bottom of the, yeah, I have to go all the way fucking up top. I have to go all the way up top. Okay. At least we have snow wheels so we can drive better. Whatever it is, we just have to make a left. Upper mountain. Mountain. We'll keep this on. They really don't clear their roads. Thank you for the follow! Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Thank you so much. We are just delivering things. Sorry. This cabin kind of scared me. Does no one live there? Okay. I want to see if I can go in their house. But hello. Welcome. I hope your day is going well. Since stop scanning. Oh. Whoa. I don't really want to listen to the news. Can I just scale it? I shouldn't try. I can agree. Also, but I've never really purchased snow tires before. I've never had to worry about that. And by that, like me personally, that's my parents' jobs. They're the ones who've always done it. And the last time I went up, oh, without them, it was my friends driving because I didn't have a license, so I didn't even have to worry about it. Here's the Easy Mart. Whew. Wow. I parked it perfectly close. Oh, it's you. Seem to have dropped the feminist literature I was just reading. Chance you've seen it around? No, but if I do, I'll give it to you. Oh, stop popping out all the way over here. Okay, so now, oh, these are really wiggly. Now we're going all the way back down, across, and then back out to over there. Mountain Town? Mountain Town. Where's Mountain Town? Maybe I shouldn't have done this one. Too late. We're going. I really want to go skyrocketing off of this. I shouldn't. I should try to... Oh my god. I don't know how these things are in here. That was a smooth landing. Oh, good heavens. That was not so... fucking ejected that thing right out. That bag of whatever stood no chance to my sharp right turn. I don't know what compelled me to go off-roading. I thought it would be quicker. No name brand tires? Really? 800 seems so much. Well, but for standard road. I mean, I can't say much. I just know that's a lot. Like, just in general. That's so much money. But I don't buy tires. I am not knowledgeable of tires. Going up. Going down. To Winton. Okay, straight away. Tunnel to Mountain Town. Tunnel to Mountain Town. We're just gonna scale through all this. These snow tires are more expensive. That's fair. I'm just buying snow tires. Okay, so where am I going? Okay, so we're just going to Uptown. Really quickly right here. I lost one immediately again. I need to go back up onto the other side. Oh! It's okay, it lived. It lived. Oh, the same place, as usual. Wahoo! Yippee. Just doing a bit. I'm like, this is something that I have no actual... Oh, I get money for that. Okay, fishing town, tunnel to the east. Okay. What's this one? Cooking pot. Okay, I need that from Snowy Peak. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick and put my cup away, so I'll be right back, and then we will continue with driving. You guys can see at my little quest. I made more tea, I'm sorry. There was episode without Nancy? Yes, unfortunately. Fortunately, I did leave without Nessie. I do apologize for my actions. No music, you have the cold wind of this. Welcome back. Thank you, Quiet. Thank you. You get the snowy atmosphere. Snowy atmosphere. $48. Snow. Ow. Arm 30. I want this one. Okay, we gotta go down to Easton. This belt is annoying me. The belts always annoy me when I sit down. They're always in my way. Okay, I want... Locally, what can we get? I mean, that's not bad locally. I think I'll take this one. Easy auto. What a snowy, lifeless landscape. Sound that just lists to my inner thoughts. Damn. Rip. Well, unfortunately, that's what you got stuck with, so... Oh well. Fuck. I thought I could make it. I really want to go off-roading, though. I really want to go off-roading. Maybe the shirt. Disgusting. No. Oh, what is this? News? No signal. How to fix that? There we go. Turn. Fuck. I landed it too. Down. Sorry, birds. Oh, Shaylin. Yesterday I had crows following me, but also I was staring at the crows. I was like, where are you going? And there's some that like to sit on some of the tall trees over here, and they were sharing one of the trees. I was like, look at you guys go. Usually they fight each other because they don't want to share sitting on the tree together. But they were sharing. I'm like, look guys, you guys could be nice to each other. Those silly little crows. Oh, hi Steve, how are you? Going to Easton. I think I'll stop at the... I want to go off-roading. There we go. Delivery guy packages made me curious. Yes! I'm a small little guy delivering packages. I say yes to quotes. I love them. Work. Still a lot of work left to do. Well, hopefully you can get it done and it's not too hard today. But I believe in you. You have cozy vibes here. For a little guy. Oh, I need to drink my coffee again. Pretty sure it's here that I pick up. I started my day with a simple, followed by 3 hours of meditation. You should try it sometime. Cheers. Thanks. And this wasn't the right place. This is Easy Mart. It's not Easy Auto. Fuck. I just talked to him for no reason. Anyways, now we're actually here. He's a little cat. Oh. Hey, not sup guy. See, I'm remembering. I put some more air in those tires if I were you. Actually, never mind. We're all out of air. Oh. Okay. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna take a small detour. I need to take this to... Holy... Holy shit, that's a big thing. We're gonna take a small detour to the radio tower. Oh, is that really long one? Well, I need to come back down here, so we're not going to take a small detour. I just got extremely hungry. That's not a good sign. I might need chips. Sound back to normal? Yeah! I'm glad that people actually can tell the difference of how I sound. Because I sounded fucking awful. I sounded terrible. Even when I was at work, mainly on Friday, I think I sounded really off. By Sunday, it was pretty much normal, but I was still coughing every once in a while. But it's better. We're getting there. Almost fully back to normal. It's now just like a cough that I have every once in a while. My sad Victorian cough. You know when you've had situations, you could do it, Car, you could do it. When you've had situations in the past where you're like, damn, I was a fucking idiot of how I responded to that question. Yeah, there's one that's been sitting in my head and I'm like, fuck. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. But I had a half of a headphone in and I like was paying attention and looking at you guys to your conversation. But nothing was processed, so that when you asked me a question, it was not fuck. Processing well, fuck. Okay, everything's fine. And too much coal fumes. Grimy England streets. I'm back working in the coal mine. Hey, that looks like a road I can drive up. I don't think I'm supposed to. I was not supposed to go that way. I did make some more tea and I'm very happy. It was so funny. My doctor was saying, because I've had a sore throat, he was like, yeah, if you just like have some honey like with tea and whatnot. I'm like, sir, I've been living off of honey and tea. I don't think you realize this sore throat persisted through everything and was sharp pain. It was agonizing. But of course, when I go to the doctors, it's almost better now. Oh, I should save my prescriptions already. I have to go on a fucking adventure for my prescriptions too, because I have my main prescription, which is ready at my main place. But then the other prescription was out of stock at that place, so I said, well, I want to get that because that's stuff to help strengthen my lungs for a little time being so that I stop coughing. But it was out of stock at my main place, so I had to get it at some other place, but now that should be ready today too, so now I need to pick up 2 prescriptions, but from 2 different places. And then my other one is another inhaler I have to take, and that should cost a lot of money. And I'm like, well, fuck. That's the rant of medications. Pop my jaw. I'm going off the edge there, oh my god. Whee! Oh shit. My little guy doesn't have... Here, let's drive like this. I love seeing his little hands. His little hands are so cute. We don't really need to go into town, so we can go on the outskirts. I wonder where I have to take it in Snowy Peak. Oh, we need a gas station. There's a gas station in, I think, the first town. Man, I was by a gas station too. Yeah, there's a gas station immediately. Where am I taking this? Fuck. All the way over there? Okay, we stop for gas. Excuse me, crow. Excuse me, crows. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon, monsieur. 218. Okay. I've only been playing this game for an hour. That's kind of crazy. Okay, we gotta stop in here. Do I have to go up? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. That's okay, I need gas. Oh, and I need to drink my coffee as well. Whew. That was a lot sharper than I thought. I was playing Overwatch last night, and it was actually really fun. I was playing with some of my other IRL friends, and I haven't played games with them. I mean, some of them I've played games with a lot recently because it's my Baldur's Gate group, but we once again did not play Baldur's Gate because one of us was not available, oh my god, for Baldur's Gate. Fuel! Which is fine. That's okay. He be working hard. He be working. Hey, can I have... Okay, I'll pay you slightly less to go away. That'd be 42! $42 for all of my money. Well, we're all gassed up. Is it worth it not to play Deadlock when you could play Deadlock? Yes, actually it was quite worth it. Truth be told, I played Deadlock a lot on Monday, and then I played a little bit of Overwatch also on Monday, and then yesterday, instead of getting them to play Deadlock, another friend was on, and I was like, I had the jingle for Overwatch because I did a really shit when we were trying to do placements for comp, that I felt like shit, and I'm like, no, I need to get better now so I have a better understanding, and also I need to get better at tank. And by that, I mean I need to play tank, so I learned, which I did learn, and I really do like Domina, and I do feel actually very confident in Domina plays. Same with Ramatra, except sometimes I suck at Ramatra, because I can't fucking hit. So also my aim is really shit again, after all of my stupid aim training and everything from fucking, from fucking Siege is gone. Hello, giraffe. But it was very fun because we had a group of 3 and 4 playing Overwatch. We didn't have somebody while they were downloading, and then we had them, and then we lost another one, and then we had 3 again. But it was very fun. I also do like Hat Guy. Oh no. Okay. For Overwatch as well. But I do miss Deadlock, and I do miss Deadlock because I feel very confident in my Deadlock game. That last Deadlock game, though, that we had on stream on Monday was so fucking good. That was a great team. I do feel... I hate that people get really defensive sometimes, because when Jordy was telling them, like, hey, your mic is just a little loud, and the other guy's like, no, it sounds fine. It's like, no, it's just a little loud that we can't hear the rest of the games. Call-outs, everything's fine. You can keep talking. Just overall, it's kind of a little loud, so maybe on your end, turn it down a little bit. Because I don't know... Oh. Where am I going? Okay. I was gassing it so fucking hard. We're going this way. But I'm just like... Luckily, Jordy is the most calm person ever, so Jordy felt no offense. I felt offense on his behalf. But because I'm just like, no, so your mic is just so loud, I can't hear the rest of the game, but I really like your call-outs. But since they're constantly, now my brain's overwhelmed. Is it down below? Did I go too far? I think I did. I went too far, but where is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay. There we go. Bonk. I'm less broke. Okay. Less broke now. After the whole fucking incident. Okay, so that's back to Mountain Town. Okay. That was loud that I could hear his mechanical keyboard. Yeah, usually you can hear a lot of people's mechanical keyboards. The mechanical keyboard one really, like, I love hearing their keyboards. I fucking love hearing their keyboards. It's so fucking funny. But he was just overall loud. I could have tried to turn him down, which is perfectly fine, but I know Jordy had turned him down and it was still a little bit loud. I think that was the right one I wanted to pick up. Oh well though, because I do like that placement of that, and then we'll go back over there. But there was just the other teammate that then got defensive on his behalf. It was like, no dude, we're not mad at him at all. It's just like, hey, it's kind of loud. That's all. Tapping up a storm. You should hear me on Discord when I'm typing up a storm and my friends are just like, damn, what you typing over there? I'm like, oh, sorry. I do actually need to get a new keyboard. I don't know which one I want though. But I might buy that soon. I need to buy my ducks too. I just haven't. A lot of things have been really expensive and I mean, that's separate money that I have for that, but still a little worried and stressed about spending money sometimes. But I do need to do some of those packages. The keyboard one I really do need to get, because I'm sorry, when I try to type in important information, I get it wrong because my keyboard isn't working. And or I try to type in passwords and there it says it's wrong, and I'm like, I'm not. I'm typing it right. I'm typing it right, but my keyboard isn't. Done all my own research on these deliveries, and I've determined that they are definitely contain something suspicious, like cardboard. Well, this one I don't think does. I'm gonna lose a lot of these. Yeah. I'm sorry. Look at that. I lost them all immediately. All of my packages are gone. That was like a tower of 4 of them. That's okay. I'll gain them back when I go to the next zone. And then I will lose them all again. There we go. Okay, now we got one. To work, have fun at work. I love you. Be safe. I will be delivering packages here and maybe deadlock. I don't know. We'll see what I feel like. Be safe. Have fun. Maybe beat some people up. Maybe not. You know, you never know what the day's gonna be like. Immediately they're gone. Immediately. So where am I taking these? Okay, Weston. Oh yeah, I'll do that and then I'll head right down there. And just go over there. I just have to keep one of these. I have to keep this one. I just have to keep this one in there. Okay, package is still good. It's all that matters. Why has my tummy been upset? Can have an apple, but I don't think that'll solve it. No, no, my package. Oh, hey, hey, so. It's not how I expected it to spawn back in. Okay, we're back on the road. Got here to fix the machine. Good news or bad news? Well, rip. I mean, c'est la vie. It has to happen. You gotta go back to work. Oh, fuck. Okay. C'est la vie. Que sera, sera. Skip it a boo. Okay. Enough fuel. No, that. Oh, if I want to buy the brewing pot, that's in Snowy Peak. Oh well, I'll get that eventually. It's usually over here. It's over here. Wahoo! I wanna go in the bakery. God, her fucking face. Who are you? They call me the crazy one. Ever taken a bite out of one of those packages? Can't say I haven't. Do you think they should teach dolphins how to read? Yeah, okay, great, good. I agree, I agree, I agree. Okay, their package is delivered. Let's go to Fishing Town. Our little friend needs our help. Shortcut. Okay. Do Easton. Oh, that's a train track. That's fucking massive, though. That's crazy. I'm gonna hit that. Oh, I don't know why I got hops. Fixed bad news. Won't be fixed till tomorrow. Oh, rip. Ripperoonie. At least it will be fixed, but like, rip. I do want to go up that, I want to try to go up that tower. If I remember correctly, this is the really long one. But I don't think I have enough. Let me at least get rid of this. Burn. We'll wait for this to burn. About to burn, stir my tea. I don't think I can make it up here, actually. I don't know, what if we pursue? Seek shelter? Holy shit, yeah, I cannot make it up here. What if I can? 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 I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I'm dead. If I can get up there and plant... I don't like this. Oh! Why did it spawn me in the fucking sky? I can go, let's just go to easy mode. Not easy mode, Fishing Town. Tunnel to fishing. That was a crazy way to spawn in. Holy shit. Oh, that's my friend. Oh. This used to be a bustling fishing village where Easy Company took over the hydro dam. They blocked off the whole area. Everyone but employees and locals. Probably killed every business here besides the ones Easy Company owned. Need you. We're gonna fucking infiltrate the dam! Get your truck past security gate. You'll need to reactivate all local radio stations. It seems to be the strange failsafe. Okay, so that's why I needed to get those on. Buying yourself a cooking pot while you're at it. Make the trip to the other side. We'll still be waiting for you. Good luck. Okay. So it says 3. I wonder if there's ones on the other side. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, do that. Hold on. Cars on Counter-Strike. That took me off guard. What was that? That looks scary for a second. Oh my god. I can't believe cars on Counter-Strike. Okay, so I need... Let me see if there's an Easy Mart here. If I can make a little campfire, then I can get up there. But I need firewood. An associated car of Counter-Strike? Neither did I. I just messaged her. I was like, Counter-Strike? Car on Counter-Strike? And then cars on Deadlock. As he should be. That's Easy Auto. Easy Mart is right here. It's $19. Okay, we got one try of this. Almost didn't notice you. I've been so in deep thought about injustice of the world. Cheers. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll drink my coffee so that I won't be slow. And I do need to get that coffee pot so that I can make more coffee. Or tea. I don't know how much energy tea makes. But we need coffee powder and the pot to make coffee. That tree was a full tent. Okay, we're gonna do this first. Then we're gonna wait for the salt to burn. And we're gonna wait till this all burns. With some lovely little vibes. Maybe it'll burn. Nope, it's still burning. It's still burning. How is that 3, 2? Can it burn? Burn, baby, burn. Yeah. We are no longer here when I get back. Have a safe time at work. I don't feel good about this run. Hold on. I'll do this. I'll go back in. Between the music and the graphics, it's interesting that the tech has gone to the point, has gone to a point where it can be stylized to be old. Roofing tech, yeah. I mean, it's like my one of my favorite aesthetics is oh god. Hey, so I'm gonna pass out again. It's like my favorite thing about the aesthetic of Alien, because obviously that's from God, when did that movie come out? That was their stylistic and how they thought and how they portrayed like the tech and everything. But to this day, even that tech still like it's still being portrayed that way. I love how it looks, even though it looks shitty and old and weird and not like the super high definition like everything's futuristic. Nah, that's the shit that I like. I like this old looking shit. This is weird. This part's weird. Buttons and knobs that look like low definition monitors? Yeah! I'm gonna fall from the sky again. Oh! Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try this one more time, and then if not, I think I'm going to hit up oh, I gotta do this again. Okay, well that's burning. I love that old look, but it is really cool how like, say like with the Resident Evil, like how the graphics look in that, or some of the Final Fantasy shit that comes out, so fucking beautiful, high definition everything. But man, games like this, I fucking love this shit so much. I love the old looking games, or Crow Country. I loved that game, and that was very stylized as same graphics as this, but then old Resident Evil. I don't know if I can make it with just 3 pieces of wood. I don't know. Oh, I see. Pick it up, pick it up. Oh! Oh my god, I saved myself! Okay, so that took 2 pieces of wood to build a fire, except I'm not gonna lie, this fire is in my way now, and I can't get past it, so I think I have to wait till it's done burning. Okay. What is this telling me? Oh, I did that. Okay. Got 1 out of 3. Okay. That was... the way the music cut out and then cut back in was actually kind of pretty cool. What's that? Why'd that look like Miku? This should keep me warm. Burn! Burn! Just a little arson to keep me warm. Except getting back down is gonna be a little fun. Okay, it was literally right there. Oh man, I could have made it that first time. Okay, well. Just gonna venture a little bit. What's this look like? What's this look like? Okay, back inside to heat up. And then down we go. Oh my god, the way he, the little bob of the head is so cute. I think I can make it to my car fast enough. Yeah, I go much faster down the stairs. Get it. Hell yeah. Okay. So we have to go to Snowy Peak. $62 for Snowy Peak. I think we're gonna do that one. $62 is a lot. 74! $74 is a lot. Start that job. From the pawn shop. Okay. I can't believe I got that. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I got out. I got out of the fucking car. Where's my car? Oh my god, I fucking got out. I just bailed out of my fucking car. I didn't mean to hit E. I just meant to like... Oh, the pawn shop is up there. Okay. You gotta make a right turn and go back up. Where's my sharp right turn? Sharp right turn up a hill. Let's find the pawn shop. I don't know which one's the pawn shop. Are you the pawn shop? Okay, so... What an interesting little song. Oh. The birds. They run on when I approach them. They know I'm onto them. I don't think they're real. Oh great, $74 and I have to fucking take this. This shit's gonna fucking die. This shit's gonna fucking die. Okay. Oh god, okay. Be careful, me. I'm fucking... This... I only have one little pot left. Okay. I have enough gas. I need to buy that coffee pot. Oh, don't drop the pot. Okay, don't drop it. This plant must live. Stop sign who? Not me. We don't stop. Only unless we're gonna drop this little flower pot. You. Freaking dying. I want to move the mic closer so I can talk clearer, but ow, I keep coughing. I don't want to do that. Wahoo, 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 wahoo. Feel better soon? Thank you. I will. I'm almost better now. It's just a little cough, which is more of a nuisance than anything now. Luckily it doesn't hurt and it's not too bad anymore where I feel like dying, but it is just slightly annoying. Better just gambit, Stin. Skin? No. Hold on, did I get a text message from somebody? Don't text and drive. Okay. Don't text and drive, everybody. Okay, so Gambit, Marvel. Oh my god! Hold on, we gotta reset our whole car, okay? I need to throw my car off of something. I need to throw it off of something. My delivery is up there. My delivery is up the whole fucking hill. My car didn't die. How is this possible? Let me back up. You can do it, car. Where's my delivery? Okay. Okay, don't text and drive. You learn it here first, okay? Don't text and drive. Don't do it, it's dangerous. It's really dangerous, you guys, okay? Don't text and drive. I feel like I know what skin you're talking about, but I need to see it. Don't text and drive. Exactly. Exactly, fiend. Remember, don't text and drive. Also, hello. I hope you've been well. Oh my god, don't text and drive, everybody, okay? I also just... I got a text message at the same time, and that's what distracted me. Okay, I got something out. I spelled it right. Oh my god, he is! Oh my god, he is! Don't drive and drive. Yeah, exactly. You are driving, oh my god. I want to look at Bare Chest Man. Oh my god! Where's my package? Thank you, crows. Look, the crows protected it. Wow. Why she got where in Marvel Rivals Gambit? In like, why's it got the little strappy strap? Oh my god, it auto-played to a bear. I want you to know, it went from Gambit and then it went to a literal bear. A literal bear. A literal polar bear. It's you! Wow. He's got a little strappy strap. Like, his pants are cut below his hip bone, but then it extends up and has a strap over. Ow, my arm. That's nice. Okay, let's go. That's our fuel. That's our fuel. That's our, fuel? Don't mind what just happened, okay? You guys didn't see anything. I'm delivering my package. It's one flower pot. It was you. It's literally you. Staring disrespectfully. Me too. I don't even play Marvel Rivals anymore. My friend really wants me to. But me too. Mm-hmm. You know, he could just... Man, I love my fictional characters. I love my fictional characters. God, I love them. Oh my god. It's gonna fall immediately. Oh, can it get... Wait, where are we taking this here? Oh, we're taking all the way... Oh, that's good, because we need to go over here. Why does it look like there's not a bridge? Gambit just stare at his ass all mash. Cheers to that. I have some, like, points in that. I've spent money in that game. I've willingly spent money in that game, yet I won't willingly spend my money in Overwatch. I play Overwatch more than I play Rivals now. I don't understand my logic sometimes. Time to open up Marvel Rivals, which is not updated. Since a long time ago. Just to stare at Gambit. We just gotta stare at Gambit. What if I open my Overwatch and we buy a skin live? Oh my god, I romanced Arthur in Warframe, and I know I've talked about this before, but he's now in my back rooms, and he says the stupidest little silly little shit. I'm like, you fucking little shit, you're not real, don't tell me this. Don't go off the hill, it's not worth it. You have Arthur waiting in your back rooms with you. show your payment stuff on stream? Oh, I would never. I would just mean like physically, like we hold hands together and we click purchase on the Gambit skin. We click purchase on, oh. Okay, the music changed. On buying the Onron Otter skin in, I almost said in Fallout. What the fuck, in Overwatch? I don't play Onron. I'm shit at Onron. She scares me. I don't understand it. The music is chill. The music's so nice in this. I think you would enjoy this game a lot, Kai. It is horror. Where? I don't know. But it's here. It's very weird when you die, but other than that, it's very cozy. I need to make coffee. I think we're passing by this. Oh no, I passed by this. So I gotta do that long trudge around, which is fine because I think I should go back here to the cooking pot. Okay. We have enough gas, so that's all that matters. We're just gonna keep on trekking. I'm just very slow if I step out. Or. Okay, so that's where we physically need to go. No, my pot. Okay. Sorry, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Okay, we go up. I really need chips. Steal your pot, no! It's my only pot left, no! You can't do that to me! I don't know why I'm like enunciating my words. Evil Kai steals my pot. Okay, so now we must obtain coffee or tea. Hopefully coffee. Where the frick am I? Sorry, I became blep again. I just wanted the map. Coffee. Yeah, we got the coffee. Who's the fuck's here? Who are you? Sorry, my window's very much closed, so I'm like trying to look under it. Yeah, who are you? Hello? Wait, hold on, I want to go snoop. Sorry, I was literally just being a nosy neighbor. Oh no, that was just like an odd guy walking up. And by that odd guy, why can't I do this? Not enough energy. Oh, I see. This isn't a street that you really walk up, but there's been a couple of kids who walk up the street, but I'm just like, who are you? Okay, I can't do it. Depot. Depot, let me in, depot, let me in, depot. Okay. How much? 59, I can afford this, give me that. I couldn't find any flowers. Do you think a pile of dirt makes a good gift? I don't know, chat. Do you think a pile of dirt would make a good gift? He is in love with the crazy gal at the bakery. Which you accept. Duct tape. Coffee powder. I couldn't find it. Okay, yeah. Okay. There is a free coffee pot over here. I don't know if it's in the bakery. Hey, actually, can I just buy this so I'm not slow? Spoken to Fratino, that guy that recently. Every time I see them, They run away and hide? That will cost 50. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, have a good day. Thank you. Drink that tea. I literally have no energy. Okay, so tea doesn't give that much energy. Holy shit. Adorable little kitty. I love the little kitties. Get that cake. Get that cake. Oh, that's my map button. Okay, so I think I just stopped right there. Oh, that's where the cooking pot was. Not that I could use a free cooking pot. I see. It's coffee. It's coffee. I'll take your coffee. I like this. Fancy seat. Okay, that's a normal runner. Different delivery driver, but I didn't know you'd be so... She called me handsome, or they called me handsome. You can call me fit. Yeah, I don't know what you are, but thank you for calling me handsome. Because I also can't see your face, it's just a blob. Or call me the love of your life, that's really your choice. Okay, I guess you're the love of my life now. Love watching you walk away. Thanks. Okay. Okay, so I need firewood. I think I'll go back to Easy Mart and buy some firewood, and then I'll have that for safekeeping in my pocket. That's Depot. Frick, I got out on the wrong side of the car. Do you ever just get out on the wrong side of the car, you know? You can call me handsome anytime for wheel. Sorry, apparently I couldn't. In that moment, my body said cough. Yeah, you couldn't find any flowers, okay? Okay. Literally knee slap joke, apparently, in my brain. Oh, mail. Yeah, okay. I know how to start a fire. Oh. Okay, adventure. Let's go. Fuel. We are running out of fuel. Fuel-ale. Lolly-lilo. Do you know that lolly-lilo? It's literally just the Japanese alphabet. I love Metal Gear so much. I love Metal Gear. Hold on. I was trying to fix my microphone. And then I almost drove off the side of the fucking road. Wahoo, 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 wahoo. Oh, shit. I don't know why I turned suddenly. I like hit the snow and just went flying to the left. Okay, shortcut. Okay, so we gotta go over this. And then this way. Maybe I shouldn't drive too fast on this. I don't really have a gauge of how fast I want to go. It's just W. It's my only button. Remember, don't adjust your mic while you're driving. Oh shit. Oh my god. I hit the Beyblade. Remember, don't read chat while you're driving, everybody. Don't read chat while you're driving. Oh my god, I'm freaking dying. We should put on Epic the Musical and have a sing-along in the car, you know? I think my friends that I'm taking to FanFest, B won't be upset about this. I mean, I don't think anybody will be upset about it in the car, but the other two are going to be subjected to a Epic the Musical sing-along again in the car. So that's going to be quite fun. Hit that brake. Okay, hold on. I actually want to be a little closer. Okay, what did that tell me about warmth? Cooking, warmth. Make sure your energy isn't too low before venturing into the cold. Holding a lighter will slow down the freezing but won't prevent it entirely. Campfires provide a great deployable source of warmth, and brew a cup of tea provides temporary immunity to freezing. to how you stay warm. Oh. I don't know how tall this one is. So if I brew tea, it helps me stay warm. Okay, we're gonna make coffee in the meantime. We're just gonna make some coffee, it's fine. Oh my god, I have to go all the way up there? Oh shit, right here. Fire! Fire! This is like strategical. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. I can make it. I can make it in. Oh. Unlock. Oh my god. Back from Lurk. Welcome back. How are you? Cute. Okay, what am I doing? Head to the fishing town, open the security gate, okay. To go back down. Might perish on the way down, and no cap, no lie. This game is fun. Yeah, honestly, it's really cute. I didn't think I was gonna play too much of it, because I'm like, okay, well, I just kind of want to, like... I can't see what... Okay, we're just gonna flop on the floor, I won't lie. I couldn't see what I needed to pull out. No perish, no cap. I perished, no cap. No cap, I did in fact perish. Look at that, like, flash over there. This part's really weird, though. My little lighter. Turn temporarily. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is weird. These little... Oh. Tippity tappity is very cute and funny. Oh no, I'm falling from the sky. I'm gonna... Okay, so, wrong one. So we have to go back there. So where am I currently? I'm probably still up there. Since I'm all the way over here... Why is the music going so hard? The music just like broke it down. I want to take one of these hefty ones. I mean, I might as well because I'm going there. Made it from the bar. Okay. I don't exactly know where I am. Oh, it spawned me all the way over here. That's in... Okay, so let me get gas. I'm here. Dude, this music fucking vibes, bro. I thought it spawned me closer to where I had perished, but no, it spawned me all the way back at the start. So it's slightly inconvenient, but I'll take it. I just need to get gas. Ooh. Excuse me, trees. Shortcut trees. Okay. Actually, would really love to be closer to the door. There we go. Oh, I fell over. Okay. Hello. 36? Okay. Sure, 36 isn't that bad. I do need to take this job then. Oh my god. Ow. Just hit one of those little things. What if I... No, I'm gonna hit it face first. Oh! I lived. Okay, shortcut accomplished. Shortcut. I kind of want to play a little bit of Deadlock. I don't know. I have the need for Deadlock, but I want to figure out the story in this. This is just a cute little game. Let's have a bit of the fuel. The bar over there. Okay, not too far, but I have full tank now. Oh, come on, little car. Come on. Oh. They're going crazy out there. Crazy style. You must have bounce on it. That Nosferatu fucking meme. Oh god. Oh good heavens. Okay. So fucking funny. I love... There's this one person on TikTok and they are so fucking funny. Where am I going? Obvious. Okay. Because they're the big belly dynamo and it's... Okay, this was a poor choice, but oh well. And they're so funny as the big belly dynamo. Dynamo? Dynamo, yeah. My brain was like, Domina. I'm like, no, that's Overwatch. In the bar. There we go. Let me in. Oh! I was like right up there. New delivery guy, I'm 6 Oh! Oh, this is the... Okay. Just let me think of it. Not gonna let you think of it. I'm leaving. Your brother's set to run from you. Okay, so now you're going to Fishing Town. But we have bottles in the back, so let's try to keep them safe. Oh god. Oh god. I'm fucking this up already. Remember. Don't text and drive. Don't go off-roading and drive. Don't. Just don't. Not with bottles in the back of your truck. Mm-mm. Watching them swerve side to side. It's like I'm dancing. Oh!
Fucking this up. That's how I live my entire life.
It's okay, Haunted. You're fucking it up in a good way, okay? I almost wanted to default to the meme of fuck it up sexual style. I'm like, no. No, fuck it up in the good way, you know? No! I saved them. Okay? I lost one bottle, okay? I lost one singular bottle, 2 bottle, 3 bottle. Hey, but look at that 4th bottle. It's hanging up. It's dead. I killed 4 bottles. I also have 1 bin turned sideways somehow. Wonderful. Okay, sharp turn. Excuse me, quos. Haunted, I do hope you have been well. I do hope you've been well. Oh my god, how's that TikTok going? Okay, don't go on TikTok and drive, you guys, okay? Even though I did that earlier. Actually, I don't think I was driving when I did that. Holy shit. Oh my god. The bottles went everywhere, you guys. Went fucking everywhere. They fucking spun out of control. You shouldn't do while driving, you're so right. Anyways, I'm gonna go on my TikTok while I drive. Who the fuck is the one who said that? Oh, Jordy's the one who fucking said it. The fucking deadlock TikTok I posted recently is so fucking funny. Hold on. I didn't lose a single beer bottle, you guys. I didn't lose a single beer bottle, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. This is as many beer bottles as they gave me. Yanni, howdy, what type of pasta are you munching on? They didn't give me a singular extra beer bottle, okay? This is all that I collected at the start. Aww. Wahoo, 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 wahoo. Garlic, oh, garlic butter pasta sounds fucking delicious. I should actually take them out. I think, look at that beer bottle stuck in between those crates. It's secure. Let's try. Good. See good in yourself. Nobody is perfect and nobody is meant to be perfect. Oh my god. I should stop trying to read chat while I do. Oh my god, what is happening? Okay. I'm a great delivery driver, okay? I'm getting this package there. I haven't lost a single bin. You know, the 4 blue bins are in there. The 4 blue bins. Who decided that? Society. Sharp turn. Look, I still have a beer bottle back there. Okay, I still got one. Excuse me, crows. I have places to be. Things to do. Darn you, society. That's what I'm fucking saying. Darn you, society. Get out of my fucking brain. Still, dude, that's not good. Society may be right about that one. Society, you may in fact be right about that one. I don't even think it's society. I think it's medical standards and body safety. Woo! Oh my god, I'm flying. I still got a beer bottle back there. It's okay. Okay. Is the gate like automatically? Look, you guys. See, I don't know what anybody is saying. I have all of my beer bottles. He's on the other side. 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 What's down below? I wonder, but I don't want to wonder. He's on the other side. He's on the other side. Blomp. Oh. I didn't mean to get back in. Good to see you here. Oh, damn. Oh my god. But it's guarded by more gates? Oh my god. Not as big as this one, but seems enough force you could smash through them. Ooh. Are we doing a heist? They'll still make you pay. It's not their fault. Delivery jobs. In the meantime, I'll figure out a way to get this gate open permanently. You're stuck on this side for now. That bad? This would be a great spot for ice fishing. I think Fortino has some fishing rods for sale. I go fishing? Fish are still biting. Good luck out there. So you're telling me the gate's gonna close? Oh, you're telling me the gate's already closed? Was that just a sign? Yeah, he's telling me the gate's already I have no idea what just happened. I have no idea what just happened, but you know I have my one bin. Where am I actually going? Okay, bumper bumper. Fuel is over there. Where the frick did I enter from? Eh. We're going to Dampton. There's one bottle, calls it a win. Exactly. Okay, so we need to go this way. Absolutely no idea. No idea where I am. Small town's to my left. Dampton was to my right. I wonder if we just came out right there. No freaking clue. Let's go. Whilst learning sociology. I do love learning about sociology. It is quite fun. Sociology was much better than psychology for me. But because I didn't like my leaving Clifton. Okay, so we just left Clifton. So I must be okay, so we must have come out. Okay, so we come out of this and then no. Okay, so that's there. Okay. I know where I am now. Wahoo! Now we just ride along the street with this fucking epic music going. That's getting us ready for a fucking heist or something. Hopefully this one trip is enough for me to just pay for the bumpers. See, look, I have all the bottles of beer. I don't know what anybody is telling me. Okay. Goals. Get that. 99? How much money do I have? I'll have to take something. That 20 small ton, Dalton to small ton. Pick up from bar. Okay, where's bar? Far side. Okay. Goodbye, dog. Stay safe. Where's this bar they speak of? I don't think it's up here. I don't think the bar is up there. Can I squeeze to there? Yes, I can. Okay, that's the depot. That's the bakery. Upper zone. Okay, so we gotta go this way. It's so freaking snowy I can't see. Can't fucking see a single thing. Holy shit, where am I driving? Okay. Okay, so we were there. Dum 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 dum. That's not the bar. The bar should be right here. Hello, bar. Imagine a machine that could do what you're doing, but somehow worse than the larger margin of error. I still have TikTok open. Oh my god. Oh god, we have bottles again. And I'm driving like a fucking crazy. Okay, I didn't even... I didn't even do that on purpose. Okay. So we just go down and we hit that. The radio tower in the middle. What is it? What does it want me to hit? Anyways, let's go deliver this. Let's see how many bottles we can get there. Lower Dalton is what we need. Oh my god, I'm tipping over. Okay. I saved the bottles. It's okay. We're freaking driving this shit. I feel like I'm like a criminal escaping with how I'm driving, with the music and everything. Like, I don't feel like I'm a delivery person. Oh! Bonk. Okay, so you're telling me that's the gate they want me to hit. Hold on, I'm curious now. So that's the gate that I need to hit. So I'm here and I have to go all the way around? Okay. We're gonna have one long drive. I thought that was so close. That's one heck of a drive. Holy shit. How did I break the fence in front of that fence? Oh, I broke them both. Okay, so we just have to go oop, 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 oop. The long way. We have no choice until we get that bumper. Which I think I can get that bumper after this. I think it says it's 99 and I have 95. And I picked for an expensive job? Oh no, oh no. I'm losing control as I keep my foot on the gas pedal. Because that's obviously the smartest choice. I didn't lose a single bottle. You heard nothing. All you hear is the sound of the music bopping. Okay? That's all you hear. We're on a straightaway, and that's all that matters. I should have done more jobs at the other place. Truth be told, I like this place better. Ooh. Hey, I think I'm going off the hill. I'm in the water! No lie, that's genuinely terrifying. Good drum and bass. It really is good. I don't know why, like, what is this? Okay, it's approach. It's something Galaxy. Freight across the galaxy. Oh, it's a train across the galaxy. What else do we got? I feel bad skipping this. Low signal for that one. Okay. This is the jazzy one. That's the news. I should look where I'm driving. This is the water. I gotta be really careful. This is like a fantasy one. This is the bop one. Frick yeah! Okay, so I don't really want another job. Small town is just in the one small town. I am in small town. I could do this one. Clifton to Dempton. I mean, if I do this, I pick up and I drop off right where I'm going. Easy pizza. There's a pizza place. Hold on, I can't see. It must be like right over here. Oh yeah, it's right up there. I wonder how much. Oh, you know how the holiday drive snapper? I wonder. Oh, that's a lot of pizzas. I wonder how many pizzas we're gonna lose. Going half of this playthrough. It is okay. Oh, get back in there. Look, I saved the pizzas. The pizzas went back into the truck, okay? Oh, where am I going? Okay, I just gotta cross that long bridge. That's a scary bridge. And then first turn to Clifton. And then into Clifton. Okay. First turn into Clifton. We're losing this pizza immediately. I swear. There we go. Get out. It's under my tires. Okay. Now we have a reasonable amount of pizza with us. We're delivering this $9 delivery service. That's a wall. My pizza! And my car! Okay. I got my pizza so far back. Look, it's like I never dropped anything. I gas it way too fast. I don't know how it accordion backs, but you know, I dropped like 2. Okay. What? Some of them went off and then kicked off the other ones. I don't know what pizza he ordered. But he's not gonna- ow. He's definitely not getting them all. I do really need to go put the meat to marinade. I think after I deliver this pizza, I'm gonna go put, oh no! I don't know what happened there. Everything in my body said, go marinate the meat in the kitchen right now. Stay away from my delivery crows. I love you, but like, don't, this is actual pizza. I think they would eat it. Oh my god. I don't think I'm gonna make as much money with this one. Stick with me, pizza. Stick with me. It's okay. You got this. Okay, it did it. We go up still, and then it's the first right. Look, we're driving so safe right now. Look, we made it with so many pizzas in our trunk. Definitely didn't lose any of them. Oh my god, what is the Easy Mart doing with all this pizza? Recovery twice. I know my tailgate is open, okay? I just simply don't care. Okay, so we need to go here. So I'm gonna leave you guys in the car really quick. I'm gonna go fix up the meat that I need to fix. So enjoy the music. Do you guys still have the music if I put you in the map? I'll let you look at it. You'll enjoy the music. I'll do my best. God, dude, Mochin's passed out on the bed. Okay. Oh, did the music stop for you? Now you have the sweet, somber wind of the snow of the Mountie. This could be very bad. Let me back it up. Oh, I'm EP. I should drink my other coffee. Oh,
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I come here every day. Okay. Hydrate. I will drink my tea. Who were you again? Maybe I am Seb. I remember Seb talking about retiring. He would still come up here every day, MK, just to visit. So special, you know? Oh. Otherwise, they will let you smash through things. And they took all my belongings. We can smash the things now. No, I don't wanna. No, I don't wanna talk to you. Okay. I wasn't trying to be mean to him. I just didn't want to talk to him again. That's a lot of money for that. Well, let's see. What? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We gotta leave this. Leave this town. I say as I'm dying with coughs. I also think... I don't know, I'm having fun with this game. Shift. Guard. Weave. Sorry, I really had to experiment and see if I could just ram through anything. I can. Actually, I don't know where I'm going. This might be bad. Okay, that's a road. I don't know which road I'm on. I think this is the right road. So we're gonna hope for the best. Because I can't really see. And if it's not, you know... Oh, it was. Okay. It was the right road. I don't know how I got here, but I did it. And we just go up this way. We'll we'll pick up whatever that delivery is, and then we'll just ram right through. I'm so scared I can't see. Weave. Is a cafe on upper. So we need to go to Upper Dalton. Wahoo, 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 wahoo. I miss deadlock. I have a deadlock problem. There's the cafe. Oh! Ow, hold on. Come back. Right there. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Hello? Oh! Oh, oh, it's the love of my life. You can deliver my package any day, if you know what I mean. Get it? Because you're a delivery driver? Yeah. You have anything else to say? Oh! Oh no. I didn't mean to put the box on her head! Okay, back to jamming. I can't believe how much of a bop this music is. What else? I don't think there was anything else because the last signal is not there yet. This one was good. It reminds me of Balatro. That's the news. Let's listen to some of this. I think there's a road soon. Third. I don't know, this one's good, but this one's really is just the best one. It feels like when you're like the last hour of work and you're trying to speed through everything. Oh my god. Hell yeah! Bonk. Holy shit. Okay. Oh my god! So where are we delivering? First little... Where am I going? Oh my god, it's over here. Ooh, weave! That was quite scary. Wonder if I could just go up this. Okay, so if I... Infiltrate the hydro dam and the fishing tower town and retrieve the supplies. Oh yeah, they want me to get the supplies. Oopsie. Okay, so I can't break. I can do it. I can do it. I'm gonna, yes, play this game. It has its cute little story, but honestly, just delivering and having the music going is also really nice. It's really loud over here, though. Woo! Okay. Oh. Just gonna infiltrate the dam. Nothing to worry. We're just gonna infiltrate and steal. Oh, hell yeah! Thank you, thank you, thank you! I greatly appreciate it. Man, this is a long elevator. Man, you guys come here often? Oh, just kidding, we're here. Oh, are we not here? Are we here? Am I here? Am I here? Am I here? Are we here? Did I do it? Can I steal? Where's the MK? Wait. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Why is this scary? Ah. Is this the supplies? I don't like it underneath here. This is quite scary. Oh no, it's not the— oh! So I could fall off the edge. Oh. Oh, where am I going? Oh. Okay, we're just gonna go in a straight line. Oh! So we're not gonna go in a straight line. We're going to make a right-hand turn. Where the fuck am I? Oh. It's a normal walkway now. Read. DD SS 77 buffer 01 transcript. Seb no. What's happening? Why? Transcript 2. Do you remember when this place was full of life? Even seasons of decay later, somehow you convinced me to stay? Don't let me endure this desolate wasteland alone? Okay, transcript 3. How cruel it is to let us feel when our time together was fleeting from the start? Transcript 4? No speech detected. What happened to Seb? Nope. Huh. How rather interesting. How rather interesting this discovery has been. I really don't like down here. It was all cozy vibes, and then I had to go and get the supplies. No way, his little head bobs. Okay, okay. Can I go anywhere else? No, okay. It's like the only option. I wonder what that... What? Oh. Oh. What? Enter. Okay. Up? Oh, thank God. Okay. What? Why is the light out? Okay, the light's coming back as we're going up. What the fuck happened to Seb? Okay, now we have calm music again blasting in my ear. It sounds like Balatro. Like it has ever so slightly, it hits a tune of it. Okay. So I did that. Bring supplies to MK at the security gate? Okay. Why is it not as, like, windy now? I can, like, see clearly now that the rain is gone. Okay, no, just kidding. It's still kind of... No, it's really clear. I can see where I'm going now. Huh. Must have been the wind. I could go off-roading on that. Yippee. Okay, just kidding. It's now... No, it's not as foggy as it was. Yippee, yippee! Okay, now it kind of is, but... Oh. Sorry. I hit the sign maybe just a little bit. It's the first left turn we can make. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. No. Back it up. Back it up. What did the other signs say? We still gotta go a little up. Tuntle. Tuntle. Not what I wanted. But as a freshman, as this one down, Tuntle. Tuntle is up. Tuntle is up. Okay. So MK should be over here. MK, you have some explaining to do. Because why does that... I say, why does that sound like it was you on the radio? It's not like I could hear it. I just kind of assumed it was you. Hey, MK. What the fuck? Got a handheld radios? I'll just finish with the gate. I'll stay open for good now. Need help so far? Guess I owe you an explanation. Yes. There's something wrong with the shopkeepers. Every day that passes, they seem to be getting more ill. It's gotten a lot worse since you started the deliveries again. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Okay. They've grown so much since you started, and you've given them all a reason to keep going, and to keep me going. And I know a way to help them. It's not perfect, but at least still be here. I need you to get those ice chains. Me go by this, me go by that. Never, I'll pay for it. Easy out of here. We need them to get to into that factory. Oh, the other way. Just through the tunnel on the west. Yeah. Good luck out there. Oh my god. $299? I want to finish this. $299. And the fishing rod is at... Okay. Sorry, just mere momentary pain. You know, that do be a lot. Okay, Snowy Peaks to where, though? Oh, 2 Snowy Peaks. Here, 2 Snowy Peaks. I mean, that's $88. Oh. Do I have gas? This sounds like real life. This sounds like my worries real life. I want to see if I exit. Because I kind of want to take a break from this. But I don't know if it like saves. No, it does save my progress because it has the different like little things. I think I want to call it quits on that one right there. I want to know the rest of this, so I'm gonna play it more. But I do want to kind of play some Deadlock. I don't know. I don't know what I want. Me, I want to do this. Actually, I don't know what the fuck I want. I want a bag of chips. I want a bag of chips. This is a really good game. I really like this. I had watched Docky play it a little bit, but not too much. Oh, there's hazards. But I didn't think the lore was this good. I do want to see one thing. Oh, where's my car? Looks super fun. Yeah. Honestly, I highly recommend it. Okay, so we're gonna go in here really quick. Hop in here, unfreeze, go back out. This is the only thing that because we're able to go down here. So I'm so curious what's down here. I'm gonna check this and then afterwards. Seek shelter. Wahoo, wahoo, wahoo. I'm good at building a fire now. Okay, warm up, warm up, warm up. I can't see anything. I do like that I can dismantle the fire and then put it back in my pocket. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's anything really down there. I mean, it's that house, which is kind of suspicious. Seek shelter. Hold on, I'm seeking the shelter. Hold on, I'm seeking the shelter. I'm seeking the shelter. Holy shit. Holy shit. I wonder if I'm like just a clone of Seb. I wonder if I'm a clone of Seb. Or if the company then took Seb. You know? Okay, I'm gonna call it there for this game. I do really like this. I think maybe we'll play some more next week. Me like it. Let's see, quit to main menu. I want to see. Because, like, what do you mean since the deliveries? Like, did the delivery stop? What does all this say? I can't read that fast. Pun intended? Yeah. Pun accepted. How did I say pun denied? Not allowed. Let me see. Okay, yeah. If not, oh well, too bad. I've now have closed the game. So it would just be gone. All of my things would just be gone. Let me switch this back to just, oh. Just chatting. Okay, Winnebago, go in the background. We do that, we do that. Okay, skip a boop. I am now. Ooh. Ooh, cat chess. I see that. Okay, I'm gonna have to open that up in Steam. Sorry, I love on what is that, on Discord, you can see when you're friends with somebody on there, you can see when they're streaming, both in Discord and just like in general. And so I see one of my friends streaming who doesn't play horror games, and it looks like it's a horror game. So I'm just like locked, and I was like, hold on, I want to take a little look-sees. I think it's just a small horror game. Oh, that's good for her. She's scared of horror. I need some chips. Do we want to do a longer stream today, or should we just end here? If I end here, I can spend more time modding Requiem for tomorrow. I just hurt my arm, or we play a little bit of Deadlock. Ow. I don't think playing Deadlock is a smart choice, actually, because if I play a real game of Deadlock, that's like an hour long. And unfortunately, I want to play Deadlock. I should probably just end it here. Tomorrow we're gonna play Resident Evil Requiem. We're gonna restart our Insanity run, but I'm going to I'm going to try to learn how to mod and mod up Resident Evil. Does anybody have any like mod recommendations, what you would like to see? Resident Evil Requiem mods. Thank you. It's like auto put me there. Because I want silly ones, and I need to find one that is so fucking funny, and I need that one. But I'm also tempted to flip the characters, because I also think that's funny. I do need one mod, though, and I forgot how to get to it. Is it user interface? Frick! I need to get to that one. Wait, no, I know how to get to that one. I found it because I go to Resident Evil Requiem, and then I go to the most popular, updated, trending, popular. Yes. And there it is. I need to learn to mod. I learned to mod Baldur's Gate. So I can do it with this. You know, how do people mod? Like, how do you freaking get this to work? Because that is so fucking funny. That is freaking hilarious. Somebody modded Emily, the little girl in it, to be Leon. How do you do that? Anyways, I'm gonna have to look into a lot of that. I will end stream for now because if I do play Deadlock, I'm gonna play Street Brawl and then another Street Brawl, and so that's a full hour right there because it's like maybe like 30 minutes. That's a full 30 minutes. But then if I want to play a full game, that's 30 minutes to 50 minutes, depending on how shit we are, how good we are. I love Deadlock. I love Deadlock. I think Wednesdays might become Deadlock. Because I want to play a consistent game again. And Stardew was there, and Stardew was good. I love Stardew. This one's for quiet. My friend just opened up Warhammer. That's it. It's just your jingle jingle. Like nothing about it. Literally, they just opened up the game. That's all. I am thinking about what I want to play on Monday. I had a thought. Warhammer. I think Monday we're either gonna start Control or Inscription. I want to either play one of those two, and I think Wednesdays I will start playing Deadlock. And then I think I'm gonna have to message you, Kai, but I think I want to do Thursday as Resident Evil Fun Day, which means it's gonna be Resident Evil Requiem Insanity Run on Thursdays, and then we do what we did with Community Farm, where every other week then we do cat and bear adventures. So then, obviously not this week because I need to start up the Resident Evil Requiem and make sure that works. Then we'll bring back, what the fuck were we on? Revelations 2. We'll bring that back. I miss Community Farm. We'll bring back Community Farm too. I think I needed a break from it because I like having everybody on stream. But then I was getting, not that I was getting tired. I never get tired of you guys. But I was like, wow, I'm just doing a lot of stuff that's, I wanted to do more me stuff. And that's completely okay. And then I also got sick. And then I perished. And then I got back. And then I was depressed. And I was like, what am I doing? And now I'm like, okay, now we're back. Get it? I promise? Yeah. It's like, you gotta find the right balance. But, I need to figure out Community Farm. Because I also wanted to take a little bit break. Because, man, we've gotten really far into Community Farm that I'm like, oh, what the fuck are we doing now? We're just farming. But yeah, we'll do the off and on, same thing with Revelations for whatever cat and bear adventures. Right now we are on Revelations, so Revelations. We gotta fucking start that. But yeah, I think we'll do that. I think that'd be nice, because then it gives me a little break to be able to do other stuff, and then we still get to play our little games. And then the same applies to, the fuck is that Community Farm? I already fucking forgot what that was called. I was like, what the fuck is that thing called? I actually want to check, because I know it's our jingle here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, F. Man. I was seeing old, my old playthrough of Fields, and I really want to play more Fields, but like, I want more updates to the game. Do one a week so we can Community Farm the other week is me and you. That's what I'm thinking, so that it's not all shoved into one. It's going to be a little bit off balance for a little bit till we get it going, but yeah, I think that's a good plan. I'm trying to fix my bracelet. It's not working. And by that it's not broken, I'm just trying to lock it. But I think that's a good plan. It gives me a break to do other things, because I think I was getting not trapped. I was never trapped because you guys always understood. But now I can, like, okay, I can expand and do other things. Also, I like playing my, I actually really like playing Deadlock and Overwatch. I miss those, PvP games. So I'm like, I want to bring those back to stream. I had DBD for a while, but I am kind of really tired of DBD and I don't really want to go back to it. Maybe in the future, I really want to buy that fucking Oni skin that's a bear that has a cat controlling it, because I think that's really funny. But yeah, I think it's a good balance. I need to go back to me do what me want. Because I always do the bad thing of like, but what do you guys want? Which is fair. Because I like hearing people's inputs of like, what games do you guys like? But it became too much of like, what do you want? Not what do I want? I'm like, nah, I should play Deadlock. Except right now, I should not play Deadlock. Right now, I should go get things done. No, not Minecraft. Fuck, I need to get Minecraft off of this hotbar, but I will never remove it because it's the easiest way to open Minecraft. But I was fucking hit it. I'm like, no, I'm trying to hit Google, not Minecraft. Minecraft. If I know I would need Turnup's help for it, but I would love a Minecraft server as well. I know Doc said earlier too, BG community day, and I think that would be really fun for a big subathon day, or like big event day. I forgot what that was called. But also I may request some people, if we are free. I'm gonna message some people to see about a little event, which is kind of last minute, but it's coming up anyway, so I'm gonna ask some people. I just need to pick and choose and select, you know, mainly because I need to see how many people I actually should. How many? Eight. Okay, I can have 8 people. I was like, wait a minute, I need to see how many people can play this game all at once. Not Java, but a realm is the easiest way to do it. I think you're entirely right. Because it was so confusing. It's so confusing setting up a stupid fucking Minecraft server. It's so confusing. But I do want to have a little event soon because my birthday's coming up. So I'm like, okay, we'll do something like what we did with Repo. But I kind of want... What the fuck am I listening to? Oh. Click Clack Symphony. I do actually really like this song. She just started talking and I was very confused of where I was. I was like, why am we talking in my ear? Fire my heart. But I want to do something like what we did with Repo. I do miss Repo. Lethal has a big update, which is kind of scary. But yeah. V-Day coming up, and it's on a Wednesday. Like, my actual birthday is on a Wednesday. The Thursday, I probably won't do any stream because I'm going to FanFest. And I think B wants to sleep over, so I don't think I'll do anything that Thursday. Which also, I think after my birthday, sometime in May is when we'll start the balance of Community Farm and then Cat Bear. Because then we'll have that community. I'm like thinking in my head, I was like, well, let me think. Good one minute. My family back? No. But yeah, I'll figure that out. But yes, I would like to do something for my birthday. And I realized, oh shit, I can actually message my friends. But I would really like to play Super Battle Golf. I really want to play that game. So I might do a little event of this time slot for these games. And then the rest of it just maybe all Repo. Because with Repo, we could put a lot of people in. That is like my only happy thing about that. If we mod it and it's a little broken with it, but I do really love content warning. Because content warning, when it's modded, we could get a lot of people in it. So there's like certain games. I would love to play the Backrooms for my birthday, but that's just because the Backrooms movie is coming out and it's like in my head again, jiggle, 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 the Backrooms. But yeah, I'll figure it out. I want to play some like friend swap games. So I will be asking around, mainly because I don't want people to have to buy extra games. So whoever has certain games, I'll just snatch them and kidnap them. And beat somebody over in the head. Anyways. I will leave you guys. Thank you for an amazing day. Yap, 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 yap. Oh my god, yap, yap. Oh my god, yap, yap. Actually, yap, yap. Hold on. Is this on my wish list? Yeah. Sorry. Yap, yap. Actually, it's a great choice. Okay. Over and out. Goodbye from here. I love you all. Thank you for an amazing day. That was honestly a really fun game, and I'm invested. I want to know what the rest of it, so we'll be playing that again soon. My god, I'm fucking dying. Other than that, take care, stay hydrated and everything. I'll see you all tomorrow with Resident Evil Requiem, and other than that, take care, stay well, everybody. I love and appreciate you all so much. Oh my god, after being sick for a while, I feel very rejuvenated. Rejuvenated. I love you all. Bye bye.